Alright, guys, welcome back to Dead End Gaming. We're going to do something fun today. We have Final Fantasy Remake Part 2 coming out in, at this point, 6 weeks, I think. Because I think it comes out on Tuesday, 6 weeks from today. So we're going to be doing one video a week, pretty much, leading up to what I am hoping to be possibly the greatest Final Fantasy in the series. Today we're going to do something a little bit fun. I've got two guests with me today. I've got Chris and Tim, my lifelong partners at this point. I've known Tim for, God, when did we meet? 6th grade? 7th grade? No, it was junior high.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
You guys go way back.
Yeah. And then we met Chris at GameStop.
Game Crazy.
Game Crazy, yeah. And we adopted him. But each of us are massive video game lovers. Been playing our whole lives, and we have drastically radical viewpoints on a lot of different things that change, which I think will make this a very good juxtaposition to have three different viewpoints about a very polarizing series. So at the moment, each of us has created our tier list for essentially the main games of the Final Fantasy series. We left out like Revenants, or we left out some of the side ones like Dirge of Cerberus, Crisis Core, any of the Kingdom Hearts game, World of Final Fantasy, the Crystal Defenders or Crystal Dungeon series, Chocobo, Rancher, all of those we left out. Regrettably, Energize, which if you don't know what that is, you're missing out, because it's the greatest Final Fantasy game ever created. But we're going to go through our list here. I'm going to let them introduce themselves. My favorite game is probably The Last of Us as a series. I think they were perfectly crafted. The story was beautiful. The ambience, just everything about them. That's got to be my favorite game, regardless of series, genre, just anything. Go ahead, Tim.
Tim, and let's see. Yeah, Final Fantasy as a whole has been
pretty influential. Definitely played the majority of them. Probably, I'm a little biased on a few of them, but I guess I'll talk about my favorite overall game. Probably the one that I keep going back to is a Square Enix game. It's not really Final Fantasy, but I always have a special place for in my heart for Chrono Trigger. I remember that was a big one for me when it came out.
I actually debated adding that to the list because it's such a huge Square game, and it's like very adjacent to Final Fantasy that it could almost be considered a part of the series.
Right, because you got powerhouses. You got Sakaguchi, Akira Toriyama, and Nobuo Uematsu. So it's just
Nomura did the soundtrack for it as well.
So
and then when I got it, I remember it was just kind of a kind of spur of the moment buy. Not really knowing kind of the history behind it. At the time, I was
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, a teenager just kind of this looks cool, and picked it up. And I remember a couple of my older buddies were like, "Oh, it's a really cool game." When you get done with it, I want to borrow it, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So kind of going into it, I had really no expectations, no
idea of what I was getting into, but it was a really cool game for sure.
I think for a long time, the only reason I beat that game is because I borrowed it from you and I played your save file. I copied it over and played it because you were so much further. And like when you went into all the different timelines, when Chrono Trigger just goes crazy, like it's yeah. But then I don't know. I think a couple years after I beat it totally for myself. But yeah, for a long time I just used your save file. All right, and then
that was one big one.
Oh yeah, for sure. All right, Chris.
All right, so I'm Chris. Like I said, I met Adam at the game store called Game Crazy. If anyone remembers that place.
Hollywood
And,
Video.
and then Hollywood Video also. Through Adam, I met Tim, and then as far as like Final Fantasy, I was there almost from the very beginning. I didn't play the first one for NES. I do remember renting Final Fantasy. They call it 2 here, but it was the 4th one. And then my favorite game, I'd say the game I have most fun playing, I guess, is interesting. It's probably NBA 2K. Very frustrating, but I've had a lot of fun memories with this game over many years. My favorite RPG, I would say, is Earthbound. That was a very, I don't know what the word is for it, but when I played that game, it took video games to a new level for me. It was
It's
more
genre
like
breaking, I think.
it was a very like interactive experience to me. I felt like I was in the game with those characters, and anything before that had been more of like I guess a passive experience, and so it was very influential on me. And I think it's held up over time too. I think a lot of people like that game also.
Yeah, it's a big cult classic.
All right. So, these are the players tonight. The mission for me is we're going to go through their list real quick, and I had them pre-make their best of the best tier list for the Final Fantasy series leading up. I don't have the remake on here. This is just the first games 1 through 16. There's a couple extra ones on the bottom. That's just because it loaded every 14 game. The only 2 versions of 14 we care about are original release Final Fantasy 14 and then a Realm Reborn, because they are 2 entirely different games. I don't care what anyone says. And anyone who's played the original Final Fantasy 14 will not argue that point. So I had them make these lists based off of when they experienced the game. So for me, some of these games I didn't play at their original release because either we couldn't or I just didn't have them at the time. Some of them I played as a ROM in the past. Some of them I played like on PlayStation or on PSP or Game Boy when they started doing all the remakes. But my list is pretty simple. My favorite game out of the series is Final Fantasy VII for a couple of reasons. Culturally, I feel like 7 set a new trend to where it was something I noticed within just the world. It started making video games more accessible to people. I'll never forget being a freshman in high school and hearing 2 cheerleaders talk about playing Final Fantasy VII because they stole it from their brother to play it because they were having so much fun. Which to me is it's a pretty polarizing moment for there to be this huge gap between geeks and gamers and this huge kind of segregation, and then all of a sudden you have people talking about a game that you're quietly playing, hoping no one finds out you play it so they don't make fun of you, and they're just openly talking about it and like naming characters by name and talking about the story. And so for me, I felt like that game made RPGs accessible, which is why for me it'll always be the best in the series, whether or not the original release of it is stacking up to that to some of the other games story wise or gameplay wise. But so that's why it's the best for me. And then I kind of broke my list down to S and A are basically S for me. I only wanted one best of the best, so for me it's 9 and 12. 9 was incredible to me. I don't know why it hit me so hard when I played it. I beat it. I played it straight in 27 hours, just straight through the first time I ever played it because I couldn't put it down. I was so enthralled with it. Vivi is quite possibly the best character in Final Fantasy's entire cast of characters for me.
Such a good character development in that game.
Yeah, and for me, as you can see down here, I have this lovely Final Fantasy VIII, and the only reason it's not right here is because for me, Final Fantasy 15 is hot garbage. But we'll get into that. But going from 8 to 9, I think is probably why I have 9 up here, and a lot of other people wouldn't, because 8 for me was such a massive letdown that 9 just really took it back to that fantasy, the RPG of old. The characters were incredible. The story was rich. And then 12 is a little bit of a heartstring for me. It's the last time Sakaguchi kind of took reins on a Final Fantasy by himself. Then, you know, all the turmoil started happening, and he was shifting out of the company. The series was starting to go into a lot of turmoil. And so for me, 12 is quite literally halfway through that game. You can kind of see the switch of where the company went. And I think that's, you know, a telling sign, but it's just a really special game for me in that right as well. My A list is pretty simple. 10 was really good. 4 was probably should be in the S rank, but again, I don't know why those didn't hit as well as some of the other games with me. And then 6, the only reason I have there is because I just wanted to annoy Tim a little bit, because I think that might be his favorite one. 14, A Realm Reborn, is quite literally a brand new game. If I gave myself the ability to put 2 into the worst of the worst, it would have been the original release of 14 and 15. The original release of 14 is quite possibly one of the worst video games ever released. It's quite possibly one of the worst MMOs released. If you compare it to the company that made it, the influence behind it, and what it should have been, everything about 14 was a letdown for everyone. But to me, that's 15. We'll get into that later. 11, Influential. You played it on PlayStation 2. It looked incredible. It was, I want to say, the first cross-plat MMO to be able to be played on PC and PlayStation 2. I don't believe there's another.
Right, yeah.
I don't think there's another game that did that. And then 5, I didn't play 5 forever. I think the first time I played it was a ROM. But 5 for me was everything that 1, 2, and 3 wanted to be combined together into one game. But like in a cohesive story and like experience. Which is funny that it didn't really get the release in America that it deserved. 16, I still haven't finished. I get bored with it every time I play it. I don't know why. I don't enjoy the characters that much. You know, it's just, it's a hit in like really small intervals for me. 8 is kind of the same vein. I bought that game off of watching a trailer. I knew nothing about it. And every second I played it, I was disappointed. I think I rented it to Chris.
I'm going to tweak this up to a B by the end of this video.
So then we have, what is it, 4, is it after
Yeah,
4?
I didn't even know you played that. I never played it.
I only played it because Tim played it, and it's, you know, one of his favorite things. And it really added to the series really well. Was it necessary? I don't know. But it wasn't bad. It was enjoyable. I think they did a lot with the characters, considering they added it, 12 years later? Maybe more?
Just about, yeah.
Yeah. And then 1, 2, and 3, influential in their own right, just because they're the first, right? Each one has a good kind of section to it, but each one also has a lot of faults because they were kind of figuring out the formula. It wasn't really until 4 that it just fit and like became what it is. 13, worse than that. Everything about 13 is just, the characters for me were all forgettable. The story was forgettable. The world, they tried to make it really grand, but it was just bland and just
Very grand, yeah.
Yeah, it just didn't feel like, it felt like there was a ton of world, but then there was nothing in it.
Yeah.
You know, there's that. And then 10-2 is on the list. I don't know why I let it be there, but it's a meme in its own right. Every second of it is a meme. Every combat is a meme. It just makes fun of itself the whole time. I actually think I would have put it lower if there was a lower option, just because I feel like it kind of takes away from the series as a whole. 14 is the last one I had there just because it had to go there. I would have put it as worst of the worst, but I hold a special place in my heart for 15 for that.
Yeah, that's pretty wild that that's slower.
Yeah, and then we're gonna get to 15. I would put my tinfoil hat on, but that'll come on later. Everything about 15 I hate. The characters, the story, the world or lack thereof, the story or lack thereof.
Playing the worst version of it on
Yeah,
Xbox.
I played the very worst version of it. I played it on Xbox, one?
One.
Yeah, where you couldn't see 5 feet in front of your character before
I
it would
remember
just
that, yeah.
it would deteriorate the screen so that you couldn't see anything. So the world looked like complete garbage. It looked worse than PlayStation 1. There was no water. It was just like blank splotches of like slightly shaded blue. It
Like
ran
playing Witcher on minimum settings or something.
yeah, on a PC from back, like an old school PC. Yeah, so every aspect of playing that game was just terrible for me because it ran poorly, it crashed, it loaded slow. I mean, it. Funnily enough, they might have the best love interest in that because you got 4 guys fighting over another one, and that might be the most intriguing aspect of that game. But, 15 is definitely, to me, the worst. Yeah, no, they're more than bros. They kept each other warm at night. And then the controversy that goes behind it, which is my tinfoil hat we'll get into later, just makes it even worse for me because of the potential. But the caveat to that, because of 15, I believe we now have the greatest version of Final Fantasy we're ever going to have with the remakes. And I'll get into that later. But go ahead, Tim. I'm going to pull yours up so the stream can see it, and then you can go through it.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
All right. So yeah, like I was explaining with my favorite games, Chrono Trigger. That kind of got me interested in really kind of wanting to sink my teeth into a lot of the what kind of Square had to offer as far as like all the different Final Fantasies, and definitely the first one that I really played was 4, which oddly I don't have in my S tier. I have it at an A tier. I'm just kind of looking at it as more like of an unbiased opinion, rather than just be like, this one really hit. I really dug it. I do think that while a lot of it is like a lot of the kind of mechanics in the game are with the ATB system and stuff like that. Because it was like one of the first that had the ATB system.
Yeah, or was it just turn-based?
Right. Yeah. Exactly. So, and the story I really dug. I really loved the story, and just the kind of love interest was like one of the first that I played where it had like the main character and his love interest, and just that kind of whole dynamic and his kind of dealing with being an evil character and working or being a part of an evil empire, and then kind of questioning his morality and overcoming that and transcending the paladin, kind of going against his kingdom, really kind of resonated with me as far as his character and his story arc and things like that. Just all the characters that he runs into along the way. I really liked a lot of the characters in that. So that's has a place in my heart. I couldn't make it S. I didn't want to be completely biased and be like, I want to put it at the very top. So I wanted to kind of take it from a kind of objective, kind of step back a little bit and kind of really examine everything. So I had to put it in A. But I want to definitely touch on the one that was kind of near and dear to me. Kind of started my love in the whole Final Fantasy series. I know my brother actually played, kind of was the first that got me interested in it because I remember him playing Final Fantasy 1,
and kind of watching him over his shoulder, kind of playing it, kind of what's this game, just playing Mario Brothers at the time. So seeing him play something like this was kind of interesting. It's kind of fantasy themed and things like that, and very very basic, but interesting in its own right. And I never really sunk my teeth into it too much, but yeah, I put it in B tier because I got a chance to play it later on and kind of revisit it, and really enjoyed it. A lot of its gameplay is very primitive, and for its time, with like one of the things that kind of annoyed me where when you'd play the game and you'd attack monsters, you have to kind of predetermine who you want to attack, because if you
It wouldn't autocorrect for you. Yeah.
right, exactly, yeah, they wouldn't auto target, so you'd think you'd have to kind of remember and judge how much hit points each monster had, and kind of plan accordingly, because then you could just waste attacks. Like,
Yeah.
Man. And a lot of those old games, you can't really make too many mistakes, or you'll end up having to start over, and a lot of the saves were very few and far between. And so yeah, there's a lot of progress in that. So I remember that was kind of a slog trying to play that one, but I for its time, it was definitely really cool, and I really enjoyed that one. That's why I kind of put it like a mid tier, where it's. Moving on from that, I'll just go in sequential order just to kind of make it.
Yeah.
So, 2, I never played the original since it was Japan only release. I didn't get a chance to finally play it until like a ROM, and even then it was definitely interesting. Kind of having played all the other Final Fantasies and then going back to this one, kind of felt very ancient.
What year roughly did you play it, by the way? I'm just curious.
Oh man, probably.
I want to say is when you played all of them. When you said you were going to beat them all in order, and I think we
Right.
downloaded all the ROMs for you. Yeah.
Yeah. So probably in the 2000s, sometime, probably mid 2000s.
Yeah.
When Final and having not really done any research on it and kind of going into it cold turkey, was definitely a learning process, because it's like all the stuff that you're used to with all the other mainline games, and then coming into this one, it's like, oh, hey, by the way,
How do I level up?
yeah, exactly. How do I level up, and why am I getting my butt kicked right out of the gate? And then actually, doing some research on it, and then just figuring out that you can literally, break the game, kind of,
Attack yourself and get more hit points.
attacking yourself, and leveling up your characters, and then, just it was a very very interesting game. But I overall didn't really enjoy the story too much. I mean, it was definitely one of the ones where it didn't revolve around kind of the what I figured was like the Final Fantasy stable of like crystals, or involving some sort of crystals, and the world being unbalanced kind of thing. This was definitely like a darker Final Fantasy, where you have a war between two nations, and there's death and kind of destruction, and you can't really get too attached to many of the other characters because they quickly leave you. Spoilers. But it was definitely a very interesting story, especially with those classics, one and 3, 2 being kind of straying from that kind of formula, which was interesting. But I didn't overall enjoy it too much, so that's why I had it in the C tier. 3, same thing, kind of went back to the same formula of 1, crystals and being chosen by the light and having to go against darkness. But the overall story didn't really captivate me too much. I know I thought the job system was definitely an interesting add, being able to kind of tailor your different characters to whatever your play style you enjoyed. It was kind of odd though. While they did have a different variety of jobs, none of them really seemed like they were
much different from each other.
Right, yeah, had a lot of freedom of expression, because a few where like you literally just get like a straight up upgrade like later on, where kind of like how 1 was, where like you start out as a fighter and then you become a knight. Same thing with 3, where it's like you you have the fighter job initially, and then later on you get a knight job, and it's like, well, what's different? Oh, he's just
Better.
way stronger. Yeah, so I would I never need to go back to the fighter at all, ever. So there was no real reason to kind of backtrack, and you couldn't really borrow abilities from older jobs to new ones, which is about one reason I like 5, which I'll get to. But yeah, I liked 3, but didn't really kind of blow me away, so I left it the C tier. 4 I kind of got into, where definitely close to my heart. That was one of the ones where I played. It was the first one I got really kind of hands-on back in the 90s when I had Super Nintendo, and really kind of get to play it and enjoy it. And I love the story, love the sprite work, and just some of the characters. I love Palm and Porum, and I'll never forget, when they kind of sacrifice themselves. It's like
Yeah.
dead, kind of thing. It's like,
yeah.
and it's like, man, I don't get to see him again, kind of thing. They don't get to kind of carry on. And I remember, thinking Golbez was like the first time you fight him is like the last time, but then this whole new world opens up and you get to go underground. And like, oh, this game keeps going. There were several points where I felt like, okay, finally done. And it's like, oh, now there's more stuff. It's how it just felt like it kept going. It was more like that was a surprise to me. How long is this game really? So I really I enjoyed the story a lot. So that's why I kind of left it at A. I couldn't go crazy and give it the S.
Sounds like an F almost.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, I know. I want to give it an S, but I know there are definitely other games that are kind of more deserving of it. But
And it's interesting to think that the deaths in that game are so impactful, yet the only one anyone ever talks about is Aerith, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna add to that. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and it's tough because like you were saying, it was 2 in America, and a lot of the translations didn't really because somebody translated that game from Japanese to English, and a lot of the translations didn't quite come off.
Yeah, especially in that desert part where you can get lost forever.
Exactly, and some of the words they would use were very kind of like, it was odd. Like I remember having kind of like, why would they end a sentence like that, or why would they say something like that? Or some of the information you get from the townsfolk was very like, what? Like what? Like it was like just like a broken thing, or what happened?
Yeah, it's definitely
definitely
suffered on that aspect, but
but 5. I loved 5. 5 I didn't get a chance to play until when it was re-released in the anthologies. I want to say, that's when I finally got a chance to play it, because I remember it was really hard for me to find a working ROM for that, and I remember I heard that was being announced that it was going to be added to an anthologies with 4 and 5. So I was just kind of waiting for that to come out to actually get to play it. And I really liked. I could definitely see the similarities between 4 and 5, just with the kind of like just the battle system and the same kind of sprite work-ish stuff. And I like the kind of bringing back of the job system, and then kind of expanding on it further from 3, and really kind of adding a lot more jobs, and each one having like more of an impact, and being able to kind of tailor your party to kind of circumvent like an obstacle. Like Garuda stands out.
Yeah.
It's like he has a weakness to Dragoon attacks, and being able to kind of change the majority of your party members to deal with that was very cool, to kind of like get an advantage in that way, in that regard. Really kind of customize your party. And the story was definitely cool too. With was it Bart's?
Yeah, Bart, Selena, Ferris.
Yeah, Ferris. That was interesting. That kind of thinking that it's just a guy that ends up being a girl, which is very cool. But no, I enjoyed that one a lot. Let's see, 6. 6 is another one that I really enjoyed by far. only because coming from 2, playing that kind of into the ground, and then knowing that or getting a chance to rent 3, kind of in anticipation of like, okay, there's got to be a sequel, 2 was so good. I hope there's a sequel to it. Getting a chance to rent 3, figuring out that it's not a sequel and it's a brand new game, but just having that kind of build up of how good 2 was, and then going into 3. I'll just call it 6. 6
So
was,
it's interesting. You were anticipating a sequel when that.
right?
At that time. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah,
Yeah.
because I figured 3, it's got to be somewhat related, but
You did get the sequel. It's called Chrono Cross, remember?
Right,
We
yeah,
talked
true.
about that. It's the true sequel to 2. It's Chrono Cross.
Yeah. But no, I really loved 3, and I was kind of at, getting definitely older from playing 2 or playing 4 and going on to 6. I really liked the characters and the overall story a lot. That's where I felt like the series was kind of like becoming more like story driven. It was kind of like the start of the golden era of like Final Fantasies for me, where it was definitely shifting more from like the established kind of combat, and like the play style was pretty much set in stone as far as like you could really get familiar from it from playing previous games to playing this, but then the story of it felt more the focal point of that, where kind of the battles were just kind of like a secondary thing, where I was just more invested. Like, I want to get to the next part of the story. I want to get into it. I want to see how these characters develop. I want to see where the world goes and stuff like that. And I really liked just all the characters and how they all had different came from different walks of life and different issues and things they were dealing with, and how they beat the other characters and kind of group up and
Very large cast, but they all had their time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they all kind of shone in the spotlight. Yeah, which was very cool. Like you kind of you could really relate to, or not relate, but you could kind of get behind all their stories and
each one's
enjoy
chipping in. They have their significance.
Exactly. Yeah, and they each have their chance in the spotlight, and the villain was just incredible. I really loved his whole quirkiness, and you didn't really kind of know what he was all about. You didn't know if he's kind of like this secondary character, or maybe he has his own motives, but they're not quite evil. And it comes to a point when before the world changes, and he just completely like shows his cards, and it's just, I remember it's like, wow, this is like a really great, like, he's certifiably nuts. And he's just on a warpath, and yeah, he completely definitely elevated that game for me, and just seeing how the world completely changes, and having to kind of navigate that and reunite with all the characters again was really cool.
Well, he definitely felt like he was the first like villain or end boss that wasn't just like a maleficent force that is just like good versus evil. He had so much complexity to him, and then to his motives, that it let it have a much better feel to it, in my opinion. But
I mean, Golbez had that too a little bit. I mean, he would show up and get in the way of the party just to make his presence known, so that there's some sort of force that's there, rather than just crystals and whatever. But Kafka for sure was another one where he just resonated a lot, and I felt his character was very quirky,
just the poisoning the water.
Exactly. Yes, exactly.
Very very impactful scene, for video game.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. I know that was definitely something.
Yeah, they definitely had genocide happen off screen before that moment.
Right. Yeah, it definitely took some little some steps that were very impactful. 7, I think it goes without saying. It's that's why that's why it has remakes. That's why it's being. That's why there's so many spin-offs and stories of it. It's definitely up there as far as kind of right in the heart of the golden age of, to me, of you know, Final Fantasy storytelling, and just following this character through his journey, and them kind of breaking the mold of it being like a more fantasy, like it's kind of going into a setting that's kind of steampunk, futuristic type type setting, um, or like more present day, I should say, like with you know them having to deal with kind of similar issues with the planet dying and being under attack by a force, and just yeah, given with the times, it was definitely a very impactful game for me, uh, coming from 6, and just like I said, one from 4 to 6, or 4 to 5, or sorry, 4 to 6,
7.
waiting yeah, right, yeah, just kind of waiting for the next game to come out, and just being blown away by it. And yeah, looking at the case, why is this case so huge? And why does it have 4 discs in it? Like, what is this?
Yeah.
Yeah, this massive. I'm like,
Yeah.
what is going on? Yeah, is it like
It only had 3
games?
discs.
Yeah. Oh, did it already have 3?
Yeah, 7 was only 3, 9 was 4,
Yeah, he's right.
and
Yeah, it's 3.
8 is 4, and 9 is 4.
Yeah, whatever.
Okay.
Not to drop my RPG dick on you.
But yeah, no, I and then the villain in that one too was definitely another mysterious character, but he was more like not outwardly crazy, but just this mysterious kind of character that you want to trust with how he's introduced. You think he's kind of a part of the group initially, and then he slowly just kind of descends into madness. Not getting too crazy into it, but yeah, just kind of seeing his 180, and having to kind of overcome that was definitely a very cool experience and a cool journey for that game. Yeah, yeah, I could talk the whole another hour for that one.
Yeah, we'll have
Just
our
add on to that real quick. Do you remember that being a turning point where a cheerleader would talk about Final Fantasy? Because I didn't feel that in 1990, whatever that came out.
God, I just remember
97, by the way.
Yeah, right. Yeah, yes, 97. No, I just remember. I remember it being definitely a lot of people talking about it. A lot of my close friends talking about it, and wanting to play it. I remember playing the demo on I think it was I forget what game, but yeah, I remember it was a 7 demo and a Bushido Blade or something.
Out of each, like, what was it, PC Gamer that came in, or the PlayStation magazine? Yeah.
Underground,
like
maybe.
Yeah, maybe Underground. Yeah, but yeah, I remember always just playing the bombing mission. I think that's all it had, and just playing that over and over and over and over and over. It's like, what is this game? And yeah, I couldn't wait for it to come out. And then when it finally did, I remember it was a choice between that and Tactics.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of glad that I made the 7 choice.
It's an interesting thought that they would release those 2 games so close together as well, right?
Right. Yeah.
Like, exactly. Why would you release one of your major titles against your own title? Like,
I mean, maybe that's why Tactics didn't get a whole lot of recognition, but I feel like it did. It had its following, and it was definitely a huge game in its own right.
Anytime a new strategy game comes out, it gets compared to Tactics, so it's even now, even to this day, it's
they're the mold that
the mold. There you go. That's a good one.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see, 8 is another one. I never actually owned it. I remember borrowing it from a schoolmate and playing it and getting hung up on the. I don't know why this is my biggest thing on it, but just the whole junction system and the having to draw stuff from enemies. I remember I would just sit there in this like one battle and just drawing and drawing. And I'm just like,
it's hard to defend.
Yeah.
I know. I mean, I love the story. That was the thing, is like I felt like a lot of the games, as a side note, I felt like this time of the games was more story driven and less about the kind of gameplay. That's why it's like the gameplay to me felt like not in the way, but like.
Oh no, it was 100% the way for this game.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's like how much can I?
The mechanism to drive the story forward is that
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right, and it's like how much can I put up with in order to keep this story going? And I felt like that was the first one where it's like, God, I'm having to slog through this to really like want to see where this is going, kind of thing. And I did, I got all the way through it, and definitely the whole Orphanage Revelation was kind of a mind blower, and
Was
really
it though?
But long story short, I did enjoy that game. That's why I didn't put it in S, but I put it up there in A, where I liked all the characters that were introduced in it, and the battle here. I mean, the battle system was okay, but like the summons took forever, and if you could skip the summons, that would be like far and away make it such a huge like jump in playability.
It's one of the best aspects of the remake is that you could put it at 10 times or 15 times speed for the summons.
Exactly.
So you could just get through the 5-minute summon of like.
Yeah, because I mean, more often than not,
Ifrit,
that was kind of like the best attack to use, and it's like I gotta sit here for like 5 minutes and wait.
But seriously, did you guys really think that back then? Because to me, it
Oh,
was a
yeah.
slower world back then, and I didn't think that till later on in life, where I would be. I actually didn't mind the speed of that game.
I'll tell you the exact moment I thought it. When 2 hours into the game, they put me on a 30-minute timed quest, and I can't use any of my Guardian Forces because they literally take 3 minutes to summon to do damage to the boss, and that's the only way you can kill the boss. And it was dependent upon your grade for when you were getting your student grade, right? So so at that moment I realized, okay, I hate this combat system. I hate these summons. I hate the fact that I'm being timed, but the only way to actually do it fast is to do it slow. And it was counterintuitive to the entire process.
No, it was definitely I mean, I love the story, but yeah, at the time, I had time, so I mean, it's not like it was so much of a drag. That's why I finished it, because I'm like, I got to get through this. I just got to find something that works, or find some quicker way to kind of. As I said, a lot of it's just figuring out a way to get through the battles faster to get more of the story. So that's ultimately what kind of drove me to finish that one. I liked the story. I liked where all the characters that were in it, and where it ultimately ended up. Yeah, it was definitely high on my list. Now 9 I didn't get a chance to fully play until I believe because you had it, Adam, and I don't know if I borrowed it from you or I maybe just kind of played it vicariously through you. And
I won't mention why you didn't play it for so long, so we can go past that, because I actually do remember why it took you so long to play it.
Yeah.
And it has to do with your save getting erased by me on accident.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I completely wiped that from my memory.
Bringing back past traumas like friends do best.
Right, yeah. No, that one was definitely kind of like the height of kind of the golden age of PlayStation 1, and kind of the fantasy version of storytelling of the series with 9. And it's just so cool to be able to kind of go back to that kind of familiar, not story per se, but kind of familiar kind of play style, where it was 4 characters.
Back to the roots. Yeah.
Exactly right. Yeah, kind of back to the roots of it, and I'll never forget just the story development and the character development in that game was so huge, and where you just kind of felt for all the different characters and just how they ultimately got along, and it's
Zidane, yeah.
Zidane, Garnet, Steiner, and Vivi. That's your starting 4, And
No, that is the 4. There's no other characters in that game.
Yeah,
that would be my only potential like downfall to the series or negative to it, is that they made 4 characters so incredibly like they're so good and so impactful and so important to the story that it doesn't make sense to replace them at any point with other characters, except for maybe one part where Freya's story kind of takes over, where not having her in the story when she's searching for her husband is kind of like the only point putting her in the story just makes sense like synergistically to what's happening. Otherwise, yeah, everyone else is just superfluous. Like
and it's really when like the whole story-driven aspect really kind of took flight. I felt was that one where it was just because I mean that's when they added like the active time event where you could actually like view side stuff. Like if you really were invested in all the characters, like see what so and so is doing at this point in time, and it's like I can get more backstory on all these characters, and I felt like this one really kind of took the liberty of inviting you into all the different characters' kind of stories and really developed them, and you really kind of felt a sense of camaraderie with. Like I was saying, where you start with those original 4 characters, none of them had anything in common at all. Really, I mean, maybe Garden and Steiner just because they were of the same kingdom, but Vivi had his start with figuring out his identity and am I alive? Am I dead? Am I a machine? What am I?
Well, it's the underlying theme for every character is who are you? Like, what is your identity? Is it something that's created, something that's chosen for you, or is it something you choose for yourself?
Exactly, and just being able to kind of see that play out and the overlying story of that was very cool.
So let me ask you this, since you brought it up, since you liked the ATB system where you could go to another character and experience a different section of the story, right? Mm-hmm. One of the things I hated most about 8, pacing-wise, is every time you go to Laguna. That story was it just took you out of the game. Mm-hmm. It slows everything down. At first, it doesn't make sense. It starts to make a little bit more sense. But, like, ultimately, every time I got sent to Laguna and those other 2 idiots, I'm just like, man, like, I'm just slogging through the game to get to the next portion, right?
Yeah.
What if it had been an ATB thing where you just were experiencing Laguna's story at your own pace, right? And it was in smaller frames, it didn't take 2 hours. The way you said that made me think that if that's how it was for 8, I might have actually enjoyed Laguna's story more because I was accessing it at my own rate essentially and not being forced to play it.
Maybe, I mean, but he's another one where I definitely think knowing their stories was
it's important.
Like something that you shouldn't be. Yeah, exactly. It's something that you shouldn't be because if you're going to talk about that system, I mean, it's optional. Like I could know what they're doing or not. Going back to 9, it's like, but really in 8, that becomes a part of the story, and it's like we shouldn't gloss over any of the.
But I really wanted to.
I know, right? Yeah. No, I mean, oddly enough, those kind of those flashbacks, I ended up. I would save kind of beforehand and kind of take a break and then kind of jump back into it, either the day after or whatever, and then kind of experience that. At the time, like you were saying, it was kind of confusing to me too. Like what is going on first, and why is this? What is this in relation to Squall and what's going on? Like why does this have any impact, kind of thing. And then but then later on, I think once you get towards the end more, then the story kind of starts to wrap it up, then it all kind of makes sense why everything was going on with it. But a lot of these games were kind of like that, where it's like, this kind of storytelling, you have to get to the meat and potatoes of it to really it's like, oh, you have that kind of like aha moment, like, that's where that's why I think.
Did you ever play this again later?
Yes, that's what 8 lends itself, out of all of them, I think 8 lends itself to, like, if you played it a second time, knowing what you know, I think it makes it that much better. Like knowing what the story beats are, and then reading the subtle, like, oh, okay, that's why that was, or that's why he said this, or that's why this is happening the way it's happening. It's like because it's ultimately going to be, explained further. And I
Yeah.
think that's
But that's ultimately why it's so low on my list, because it needs so much in the pocket knowledge that when you're playing it, like I said, I've made my list based off the first time I played it and my initial
true.
responses. So that's why it's so low for me, because all of that in the pocket information necessary to make that character or make that scene more impactful is lost in the way they disseminated information in that game.
Right.
All right, so
No, I
we're
get-
at
no, I
10
get that.
now.
Yeah, 10. 10 definitely was, a shift from, because I think that's when Sakaguchi kind of became more hands off. I
Yeah.
think it was like one of the starts of, because I think he was working on um,
The
Spirit
movie.
or
Yeah.
movie at the
Mhm.
time. So that's
Yeah.
one of kind of
That should have been on here.
All right, yeah, yeah, Spirits Within, right? Yeah.
It is. It's called Final Fantasy 15.
Yeah, 10 I loved a lot. I, uh, I wanted to put it higher because I know a lot of people, the vast majority, definitely regard it or have it in higher regard.
I don't know. I feel like it's pretty high on your list where it is.
Yeah, yeah. Just because I loved, it was definitely one of the first, or actually the first to have voice acting in it,
Mm-hmm.
so you could, actually hear the characters and hear their the inflection of their,
What about Kefka's laugh?
dialogue, things like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's true.
I'm just
Yep.
kidding.
I know.
I know what you
Yeah.
mean.
Yeah, exactly. I know that's true. Yeah. See, that's his laugh is definitely that's what
It
made
adds
him so
to him.
iconic.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just those what little they had to work with back in the day, the 16-bit laugh was all you needed.
Yeah.
Um,
It's
but
also the first game that used actors for the character models for all
Right.
of the cutscenes. So that's why it
Yeah.
also felt more real. It wasn't just a CG generated, like, pixelized body that they tried to manipulate.
right, right. Um, and I mean, a lot of the scenes, like what's the one that everybody the Titus laugh, um,
Mm-hmm.
that gets constantly
Made
played
fun of.
into the ground. Yeah, exactly. But I mean, that's just kind of part of his character, and it just kind of added to that. Um, because he's essentially, you're kind of going through the story in his eyes, kind of in the world, you know,
Yeah.
kind of experiencing it from the start. He gets what flash forward to 1,000 years in the future. Um,
Yeah.
after the events of yeah, at the very beginning, and it's like you're kind of experiencing the story along with him at the same time. So it was kind of like putting you in his shoes a lot more. It felt like.
Yeah, he definitely had that effect.
Yeah. Um, and then yeah, his love story between him and Yuna was definitely up there and very interesting, and just her pilgrimage kind of being the underlying like uh, driving force in that game was definitely kind of just had it reminded you of like what the goal is and what everybody's kind of together to push for, which kind of made you love the characters and how they all got along and kind of the struggle that they kind of move forward and what her ultimate what the ultimate goal of her pilgrimage is going to be. And it's like is she going to follow through with it, or what's this going to ultimately culminate into? Is she going to do a 180?
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
yeah, definitely liked the story of that and just progressing through that. Definitely the combat was familiar with just kind of staying tried and true to the battle system, the time battle system, and going back to 3 characters. And it was cool to be able to kind of switch them out on the fly, which kind of made all the characters kind of impactful. Where you didn't have your favorite 3 and you just kind of shelved the rest.
Yeah, it was the first one to have the active change system in it.
Yeah, so you could kind of be more involved and have all the characters kind of contribute, which I really liked. I like that aspect. But yeah, definitely was high on my list. Couldn't put it in S, but I definitely appreciated it and really liked the story and the overall part of it. I haven't gone into the separate ones. I guess I should go into um,
Yeah.
10-2.
Yeah, that's right.
10-2 was okay. I mean, a lot of the sequels of it, I felt like were like if you were super big fan of that series, and you really desperately needed to know what else happened in that world, then I mean, all power to you. But uh, I know a lot of kind of questions were answered like, is Titus gone, whatever, and I can see why there was such a draw to play 10-2, where it's like I kind of want that part of the story to kind of be wrapped up. I wanted them to touch, and it's like they drag you along all the way to the end, and then they finally give you the treat, at the end.
But do they?
Oh, they traded all the costumes.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so that's the thing. It's like it just felt like what's that funny South Park where Butters is talking to, where it's about Game of Thrones. The guy's like, he's like, I just want you to order the pizza. He's like, oh wait, there's more. Hold on, there's more. That's what 10-2 felt like. Hold on, just wait. We're gonna tell you what happens. Just wait. here's more dresses that you could put the girls on, or the girls in.
For me, 10-2 felt mostly like we have all these extra assets that we didn't use for 10, and we don't want to throw them away because we're going to a new system for like 11 and 12 essentially. And so it was just like, what can we do? All right, well.
Yeah, this is Adam's leftover theme that will come up again.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Leftovers, right?
Hold on, I do have my tinfoil hat over here. I'll put on for that point. But that was the first time where it felt like that though, because none of the other games at this point had a sequel, right? None of the other games at this point had that opportunity to have that be a part of it. But also, 10's the first ending that I ever felt was incomplete.
Right.
It did not leave you feeling good when you beat 10. It left you... But that's also why I appreciate it as much, too. It was very harrowing. It was very, unsatisfying, and I think it fit the story of Spira and the cycle of death and what they were trying to tell with that story.
Yeah, with Sin and things like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it felt like the developers were kind of invested in the story. Like, okay, we want to keep, we know you like 10, but we want you to kind of stay involved and stay interested because we got 10-2 on the way.
Yeah.
Now, did that Advent Children come out before or after 10-2?
After.
Yeah.
Okay,
Way,
this was the
way
first
after.
time. Okay, so this is the first time revisiting something.
Correct.
Right.
Oh yeah, this is Advent Children was probably 8 years after that, I think.
Yeah. And I mean,
Really?
you could argue that this was maybe like the kind of start of that, where it's like, okay, now they see how well maybe 10-2 was received, which I feel like out of all the sequels,
Oh yeah, it's
by far. Probably
it's
the most
definitely
well-received.
the start of a trend.
Right.
To see that it could succeed in monetizing a story or thought. But also, I felt like 10-2's biggest downfall for me is that I think it makes 10's ending worse in its entirety. Because the whole thing of Squall sacrificing himself to save
Titus.
Yuna, or I mean Titus, for Titus to save Yuna by letting himself go, because it's kind of his love that's keeping that cycle alive as well. Like, oh yeah, but we're just gonna negate that because we're gonna bring him back because people couldn't handle him being gone and her having to find happiness, and it negates her character too, in my opinion, and all of her arc through all of 10, which is her growing and the whole Mimi of the finding happiness and making yourself laugh, right? It's all negated because all 10-2 is her being a forlorn lover that spends her entire existence searching for Titus. Like, she just becomes obsessed with that, and it's like, all right, well, I just think it's a detriment to her character. It's a detriment to the game. That's why it was so bad for me.
Yeah, I can see your point. To keep going, 11. Definitely.
I thought this would be higher for you, yeah.
Actually, I
Yeah.
did too. I thought it was going to be an A for him.
I did. I mean, I wanted to, super like 11, because it was kind of the first of its kind, and coming from, EverQuest, and kind of really the Final Fantasy genre kind of leading me down kind of the EverQuest path, and wanting to play, Final Fantasy title like that was definitely a huge draw, and finally getting a chance to kind of jump into it, and actually play around with it was really cool, and definitely I had my fun with it, and just wish I had more people to play with on it, because it's definitely one of those games where it was
Can't
very
solo.
very hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was extremely hard to solo, and if you did have a group, you had to invest a lot of time into it to really get anything out of it, because nothing really came quickly in that game. Um, yeah, it took a lot of time, a lot of searching, and there weren't a lot of guides out at the time for it. So, and it didn't really hold your hand as far as like, um, you know, to progress in the story. You have to go here and talk to this guy. Okay, after you do that, then you have to go. It didn't really hold your hand. Really,
You guys played this together, right? 11.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I
for a
don't
little
think so.
bit, but not
Yeah, maybe.
not a lot.
Yeah, not a lot.
More 14.
Oh
Right.
yeah, 14
Yeah.
was way more.
Yeah. But it definitely was. I really enjoyed it at the time, and I mean, God, I must have bought it like 2 or 3 times over, because I mean, it was cross-platform PlayStation and then eventually Xbox.
And then you had to buy the PS3 version of it too when it came out.
Right, and I remember kind of getting so crazy as to like 2 box and like play with have 2 accounts and run one on my PlayStation and one on my computer, to try to like do groups that way, and that was just such a pain. And I think one day I just woke up, I'm like, what am I doing? Like, why am I having to like jump through hoops to try to like enjoy this game? And then I just kind of had to let it go.
I think 11 would have been better if it
Yeah.
had succeeded in the American market that they thought it would, and I just don't think it. I don't think it broke through like it should have for how good it was compared to other MMOs. But part of that is because at the time, that's when MMOs were also just flooding the market. So it was like it had way too much competition to succeed.
Yeah, exactly.
So
Yeah,
then
and-
it just went off of the merits of being a Final Fantasy game,
Yeah.
which
Yeah.
ironically are the worst aspects of it. So like as an MMO, it stands on its own. As a Final Fantasy game, I don't know if it does.
Right.
Were you guys still playing?
So-
Were you guys still playing EverQuest at that point, or were you guys already
Yeah.
done with it by 11 came out? You're still, yeah.
Yeah, we were still
Yeah.
playing EverQuest. We'd also started playing. I think Warhammer Online came out around that time too. We tried that for a hot minute.
And that's why I couldn't invest a whole lot of time in it, because I kept getting pulled back to that. It's like, I don't want to kind of completely leave all the other games that I've kind of invested my time in. That having to try to run 2 was already a chore. So yeah, so it was just. I mean, I off and on I played it for years, but
Yeah.
yeah, I've actually gone back to it and started playing it a little bit more. So because I definitely want to get all the way through the story and see where it ends. But they've kind of made it more accessible now to achieve that. So definitely want to finish it off completely. But moving on to 12. 12 was another one that I really enjoyed. Another one that kind of played vicariously through Adam a little bit. Kind of watching him. I think you were. I know both of us bought it, and I know you were definitely farther than me for a lot of it. And I remember I really enjoyed doing like the gambit system, and trying the new mechanics that they added in that game, and it being kind of MMO-esque, like borrowing some different gameplay mechanics of that was interesting. And the story, I mean, people compare it to Star Wars. I mean, it kind of, I could see where a lot of the same characters kind of, where like people can make that comparison. But I really liked. I liked the story. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I liked the story. It didn't blow me away, but and the same. But I liked the game mechanics. Didn't blow me away, but definitely enjoyed that one. Kind of want to go back and play it again and do more of the side quest stuff, and kind of experience more of that game. 13. I know a lot of
This
people.
is higher than I thought too. Yeah.
I know, right? Yeah, I know a lot of people don't hold 13 in high regard, but I know I kind of hyped myself up for that one just because it was a new generation and new, girl protagonist. Because I'm like, oh, maybe this might be the making of a six.
Hey,
Hey, Tara.
Cloud put a
Yes.
dress on in Final Fantasy VII, so I don't know what you're talking about. We
I
we,
know.
we had we had our moment of Cloud in a dress, okay?
Yeah, they dabble. So yeah, definitely hyped myself up. I'm like, okay, this could be interesting. A new gen. Maybe this 10 hit off really well with PS2s. So maybe the PS3 this one will be a hit. Definitely was kind of brought back to earth when it finally came out. With the battle system was interesting. It didn't really. It just came off as more annoying than kind of just
Oh,
having
yeah,
to sit there and
the
because
most
it kind of brought back,
tedious.
yeah, like the original like ATP system where you have to you're waiting on gauges, and it's like I want to do like this one move and I have to wait, for 4 gauges or 4 blips, and it's like, man, I'm just sitting here waiting around.
Uematsu's gone by this point.
And
Yeah.
the message is gone. And yeah, I mean, there were a few good songs in the series, but ultimately, it's kind of you want it. I mean, you feel like he's the icing on the cake. You want that icing, or you want the full experience kind of thing, and not having him there definitely hurt. And the story, just the dungeons weren't creative. I mean, everything was just kind of like point A to point B.
Very much, yeah.
Yeah. So, and no real chance for exploration until like all the way till the end of the game. It's like, well, I mean, by that point, honestly, I just want the game to be done. Like,
Yeah,
yeah.
Exactly.
I just kind of want to be done with it. So if you just wrap this up, now why are you giving me the exploration? Yeah, why are you giving me the main course? At the end, so it's just like,
Yeah, it's 13 locked chapters, right, before we get out, if that's what I remember correctly.
right, yeah. And then 13-2 was like, okay, here's a new character, and then her sister that like I barely saw, or toward the end of the game, and kind of just dealing with time travel, and I'm just like, what is this? Like, I can barely follow the story. What's going on? Like, why are we going forward, backward, and
All
this
over the
stuff?
place.
Yeah, all over the place, and then 13-3, and I'm just like, man.
Tell me about this one, because I didn't play this. Like, what is, like...
Yeah.
This is
do you
all you need
remember
to
anything?
know.
Like,
Every single aspect of that game is timed.
Yeah, vaguely.
that's right, yeah.
Like, it tries to force you to run through it so that you can't focus on how bad it is. So they put time restraints on everything you do.
Yeah.
You can't look at anything, you can't explore anything, because every single second you're just like rushing to get. It's like they tried to force a speedrun game out of it, and it just didn't work.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, just back and forth. Yeah, different battle system. It kind of harkened back to like 10-2 a little bit with like changing jobs.
That's right.
And stuff like
It
that.
only plays lightning, right?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, and you're kind of one man show.
She changes jobs and outfits.
Right. Yeah.
Because they partnered with Dolce and Gabbana, and they designed all of her clothes.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll
Yeah,
go into that in the
dress-
tinfoil hat
dress
section
spheres,
too.
like, I don't know if they
Yeah.
still call them dress spheres, maybe, but
I actually don't remember what they're called in 13. I might not have gotten far enough to find it. I think it's just jobs. Yeah.
yeah. So, the job system made a comeback. And,
Mm-hmm.
overall, really, just kind of forgettable. And one of those things where it's like, if you really needed to know like more story, and it's like, of all of them, 13 really, we had to do 3. So I don't know.
Yeah.
To each his own, maybe. But 14, definitely love all the games, all the expansions. Was definitely hyped for it.
I have to ask. You have the original 14 as an A, and then you have A Realm Reborn as a B. Did you mean to switch those?
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, that stuck out to me.
Sorry. No, actually, the original 14 should be a little lower.
Yes.
Yeah, my bad. Yeah, it should be down like D tier.
And by the way, I'm gonna blow you out on 14. He bought 3 copies of it
Yes.
for the PlayStation and 2 PCs because he was gonna triple box it while I played it on the 4th box, and we had our friend Gary playing it with us at launch. So we had our full 5-team party. That's how all in with 14 he went.
Yeah.
Well, now that he explained his 11 story, it makes sense. 'Cause
Yeah.
he wanted
Yeah.
this to be what he thought like 11 was gonna be something, and he thought this was gonna be that.
Oh no,
Exactly.
we were sold on 14. We
Yeah. No.
we got
14. Yeah.
bamboozled.
Yes. No. 14 was definitely the launch. 14 was just a for lack of a better word, a dumpster fire.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just broken mechanics and bugs and things not working properly and um, yeah, just and the what was it like the draw distance of things and like the amount of resources it would use on your computer would just tank it. I mean, and it was barely playable. But when they released the Realm Reborn, that was definitely kind of they did a complete 180 on it. Reignited my passion for the game. Yeah, played it hardcore from then on, and played all the expansions. Definitely, a Realm Reborn is up there. The story was really good. Loved all the characters in it. Heaven's Ward was the first expansion, and I really loved that one. Um, the following was Stormblood, which was okay. I didn't really like a lot of the characters that they added, or a lot of the classes, I should say, and the story just kind of felt like filler.
Yeah, it was the
kinda,
cash in for sure.
yeah. So, and then they kind of brought it back around with Shadowbringer.
Mm-hmm.
Released my favorite class. I lived that one, Dark Knight,
Mm-hmm.
and then and for Endwalker was by far and wide the best expansion that they had.
But just
Just
yeah, expand on that a little more because you have that on S. So
yeah,
that's
just because a lot of the different expansions they borrow from different games in the genre.
Mm-hmm.
Like Heaven's Word was had a big influence with like Final Fantasy 2 and some 3, and then same with Stormblood had a little bit of 3. Shadowbringer was very like Final Fantasy 6 inspired. Like they had Kefka as a boss that you could fight,
Yeah.
which was really cool. And then Endwalker was heavily Final Fantasy 4.
It literally is Final Fantasy
Yeah.
4 in an MMO.
Yeah,
like,
I mean, you go to
the
the
entire
moon,
world.
so,
Yeah, exactly.
yeah, and actually getting Fight Golbez as a side boss was just and they remixed all the music from each one that they borrowed from, and just being able to hear that music again, remixed from Nobu, it's incredible. It's just it's a swan song for all the games in the series.
wow.
And just being
Okay.
and just being able to kind of like just hearing the music again just makes you think of that game, and then just like all the times that you had with it and all the the memories that you had with it, and then just being able to kind of um, play with a character in the game, kind of like playing Golbez, like hearing the theme song again, and just hearing like all the different versions that they didn't just do one version, they did like this for like 5 different versions of it. It was just incredible. It was just like, yeah, I could geek out on it for another hour. But
Yeah.
it
was a love letter to the fans for sure.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So definitely, I would, if you haven't played it, I would do a free month of it just to kind of see what it's like, and yeah, kind of.
It's the only expansion out of 14 that they could have just made its own game and sold it.
Right.
It actually could have been its own like standalone as in the series. Like it's that good, and it's a shame that it's locked away because it's behind 6 expansions in a game where it's just the investment to get into it and then get to it. It's just it's a shame that there's so much walling it off for how good the story is.
Okay.
And 15, I have high on here just because.
You didn't play it on Xbox One.
Yeah, I did play on Xbox. I did it on PS4, and yeah, I liked the story initially, and just because I tried to do all the side quests and that from the start, just to kind of get like do everything possible because I mean they give you
Yeah, you did all 5 side quests. It's
yeah.
It was a feat.
And then doing each DLC is at least it and getting more of the backstory, and then so I tried to finish it in a way where kind of waiting on the DLC, playing the DLC, and just adding story to it without finally finishing it.
So you didn't beat 15 before the DLCs came out? You waited and then...
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow. Okay.
I wanted to kind of get the full
Okay,
story.
that's
That-
good to say that. That's a
Yeah.
bit different.
Yeah, this needs an asterisk plus 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 next to it, because that's...
Yeah. And then yeah, I actually like found myself getting like emotional toward the end, where it's like, I mean, as stupid as it sounds, just like how convoluted the story was, and then once it gets to the end, it's like,
I was getting emotional too.
Yeah,
Probably different emotions.
yeah, because I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, exactly, anger, no, but no,
We
it's
most
like,
definitely had different emotions when this game ended.
Right. No, it's like he's
Yeah.
he's gonna go off and die, and he's like, this is the last time I'm gonna see any of you guys, and then they kind of bring up old stuff, and
Yeah, thank
they
God.
all-
That was my emotion, was thank God it's over.
but no, I enjoyed it, yeah, and then finally kind of to its end, and,
Mhm.
just the whole presentation of it was definitely far and away really
Yeah.
cool. And then I haven't played 16 all the way through yet. I've got about maybe 10 hours invested in it. I'm liking it so far. There are a lot of characters that I've kind of latched onto that I'm still kind of on the fence with the main character and his whole
What's his name?
deal. Clive.
Okay.
And,
That was like a test.
Yeah, it was a great test, because honestly, it took me a second to remember it, because I was like, that's how uninvested I am.
Yeah.
But I will be honest, he's
he
the only
I haven't
character.
played it yet. He looks pretty generic. Like
Yeah.
he doesn't have-
He's the only character name I could tell you from that story right now.
Yeah.
And I've put
Neither-
probably
yeah.
20 or 30 hours into it, and he's literally the only character I can name.
So neither one of you guys game has latched on, huh?
Mm-mm.
Quite yet. I want to get into it, and I want to give it the light of day. It's hopefully soon.
Yeah.
And then Revenant Wings I never played, and then Dawn
Yeah.
Trail's not even out. So
Yeah.
I will be playing it though.
Yeah.
All right, Chris.
I'm sorry to take up so much.
Nah.
But no, it's
It's
a
good.
passionate series, and I definitely played it throughout the years. I will continue to keep playing it.
I mean, and part of that is you wouldn't have this much series if, or you wouldn't have this much to talk about if the series wasn't filled with
Yeah,
great moments
impactful,
and,
right.
and
Yeah.
impactful things.
Exactly.
All right, so then we got Chris's that we're gonna bring up right here, which there's a lot of games he didn't play, so it'll probably go a little bit quicker on that aspect. But go ahead, let's start it off. You can do it however you want to. You can go through
Yeah.
each tier. You can go through them sequentially, whatever works best for you.
I'll do like he did numbers. I think that
Okay.
worked better. So I'll start with the first one.
Mm-hmm.
Almost done.
So I'll kind of set up the premise of what I think Final Fantasy has done. I
Mhm.
think that video games were just seen as just something, just this thing that kids play, and there was no substance to them, and they were just like these kind of like
Yeah.
Mario jumping on a Goomba or things like that. But as they've already said, and I'll describe also, that it brought this level of like I don't know, maturity or acceptance, or just like it became an actual art video game, and I think a big reason of that is Final Fantasy and what it's done.
Okay.
So for the first one, it's interesting. I feel like the first one you could have its own tier list just because it's been re-released so many times, right? There's so many different versions of it.
I think there's 5 different versions of one, because one of them is like 1 and 2. There's 1, then they remade it as like an 8-bit like meme version of it on Game Boy Advance. But yeah, it's had its own version changed. So
Life changes and stuff.
yeah, it's definitely probably gone through the most irradiation or versions of it to be accessible to people. And it came out on the cell phone too as a different game as well, didn't it?
Probably. I think
Yeah.
it's come out more times
Yeah.
than any of these. I had to
Mhm.
guess. But...
Mhm.
So I'll just say that I played the Pixel remaster. I think was it last year or 2 years ago? But I
Yeah,
played
those
played
those
the
came
first
out,
one.
I think, in 2022. Yeah.
And for a game that came out in 1987 or 88, to still be that, it was very fun. Just
Mhm.
I still thought it was well made. It was just a kind of easy thing to go through. Um, this doesn't have any of the story aspects that I'm going to illuminate later on. It's just basically the crystal thing.
Mhm.
Um,
Oh no, they
but I
have
think
the you have
another aspect for it is
and then either the
how it's kind of
cutlet
reads like
or
a.
gyoza or California roll.
I'm gonna wait because Tim is talking.
Yeah.
It's throwing me off.
Okay, go ahead. I think I can mute him for you. Or just mute him on your side so that he doesn't come through. Go ahead. Okay. Did that mute him for you too? Can you still hear him?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. Just mute him on your side on Discord, and then we'll unmute him here in a second. I think they're ordering food.
Okay, I think he's good. He was just ordering something to eat, I think.
Okay, yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So for the first one, it's breathed like this whole kind of new community of like there's like the randomizers and the speed runs and stuff like that. This is a game that I've seen heavily in that circuit, and I give it credit for it having, obviously they didn't know that was going to happen when that game came out, but it still has a lot of utility even in this day and age. And yeah, I do rank it higher maybe than you guys because it's the first one, and it's kind of the trailblazer, and it kind of sets up the whole thing. And
Yeah.
I think you guys were maybe rating it on the NES version, which I've never played that version, to be fair.
It definitely would change your opinion of it.
So I played a very touched up version of it. Probably very touched up, to be honest.
Yeah, there's points in the original NES version that can actually like corrupt your game, make it where you have to start over. There's a lot of frustrations in it that I don't think you have to experience playing it the way you did. But that's why I wanted it to be based off of how you played it, right? Because
Yeah.
it to be that accessible to you and to be that high on the list speaks to the core of the game. Because they didn't change anything really beyond touching up the broken parts of the mechanics. So for it to be able to be that high for you just speaks to what the game should naturally experience. If it's that high for you, then it really is that good of a game. And you're right,
Yeah,
it was
it's
made
held
in
up.
1987. Yeah.
I think it's held up.
Yeah.
Took it very well. For the second one, same thing. Well, same thing with you guys. Like, none of us could have played it, the original version.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I played this one twice. I played it on PS1, the Origins, and then I played it the Pixel Remaster.
Mm-hmm.
And I think for this game, it's for the combat system, it ranges from like bad to terrible, depending on which version you played. They've done the best they can to make it better with each one.
Yeah.
But it was really just they had figured something out, interesting. Like they figured out a pretty good mechanics with the first one, and then instead of just keeping that, they added a story, but then they went crazy with like trying to be too experimental, I guess I would say, with this one. And the main reason I have this one so high is because
It's the prototype for so many other ones.
it's a prototype for so many other ones, and I would challenge people to go to 1988 and find a story on NES, like an RPG that has a story like this.
There isn't,
you know,
yeah. Dragon
like
Quest would be the closest you could probably get at the time.
Right.
named characters, right? The
Mhm.
dialogue that they actually exchange between each other.
Mhm.
It's not like it's definitely not an all-time story,
Yeah.
but it's
Well-
I think it's one of the best stories on NES.
And
There's
even
not too
more
many.
to your argument, find an NES game that has length of breadth. And it's not just like, it's only supposed to last 20 minutes, which is pretty much all they were making. Because they were just basically porting over arcades or making arcade games at that point for the NES. They weren't making games that were meant to hold a story or hold a thought beyond this lasted 20 minutes.
Yeah, this was kind of like the first like it's like a band that has like this demo and you can kind of hear like, oh shit, there's a little bit of talent here, like there's actually like some refinement here, like
Yeah.
Right.
And then for the third one, it's I put it in this I put it in the B tier also because of the innovation with the job system.
Yeah.
So it's like if you combine 3 and 2, it would have been like this incredible game that had come out.
Yeah.
They went away. They went back to just the crystal thing. You know, it was for the original version. I believe it was just 4 unnamed characters, and then
Right.
on the DS
It
version,
is.
they actually named the characters and tried to add more to them.
Yeah, they're just Warriors of Light in the original release.
And so they just had bare bone story and then this job class thing. So I thought about putting this in the C one, but just with the innovation aspect, I kept it there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
2, I think,
the-
scared people, and then so they tried to be safe with 3, and then that, I think, was its downfall ultimately.
And great soundtrack for. I guess I'll say that it's going to be all for all of them until
Yeah.
later on. There's really. I'm trying to think what would be like Umetsu's like
Worst.
soundtrack that's worst. I mean, the one I don't listen to 3 as much as the other one. I'll say that. I won't say it's bad.
I would say 3 and 5 are the only 2 I couldn't name a song from or name a piece from that was impactful.
Mm-hmm. And so for 3, the first time I played it was the DS one, and then I played the Pixel Remaster recently. So that's the 2 ways I played it. So that one, once again, I've never played the original version of it.
Yeah. To be fair, probably a lot haven't played the original version of 3.
Yeah.
As it stands.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so then for 4, so this is the first one I ever played. This is I think same thing Tim said, the same thing.
Yeah.
I was either at Blockbuster or somewhere, and I saw the case for Final Fantasy 2. It was the big red case. And I was like, you know, all we had to go back on is you flip it over and there's like 3 screenshots and a short description, right?
Yeah.
And so I was like, all right, and picked that up, and that was the beginning of this, you know, I don't know, where are we at now? 30 years into this?
Yeah. At this point, yeah.
Yeah. And this was just a huge expansion on 2. You know, adding the, you know, if 2 was like a short story, 4 was like the first like novel for maybe like RPGs. You know, it's like an actual like a lot of complexity to it, and a lot of flavor with the characters. I think the battle system was there. They had refined it from the first couple ones.
Yep.
I guess some people could say that there's some people that like really like the job class kind of thing, and they don't like people being in like set, you know, classes and stuff like that. There's like 2 schools of thought on that. So you can see that as limiting, but I've kind of always liked it where the character is who they are. You know, they're a paladin or they're a dragoon, or
Yeah.
you kind of give them like more of an identity, I guess.
Yeah, it lends to their character development.
Character development's easier to write.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. Because it's not as broad or they're not as easily replaced or easily to just take out as they are.
And then, like Tim touched on, you know, with the sacrifices in this one, you have deaths. One thing I forgot to mention with 2 is that has the first emotional death in Final Fantasy history when Joseph gets crushed by the rock when he's trying to save you. That's one of the guest characters that you get.
Yeah.
He's like the original Aerith. You know, like you're supposed to feel bad when he dies. Probably most people didn't, but
Yeah, he's
and
his death is so not talked about that they've redid that death in a different series, and it becomes the antithesis of the entire character because
Okay.
Naruto steals it. A character,
Oh, really?
Yep,
Okay.
a character saving somebody else and getting crushed by a rock, and then
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Minwoo dying is pretty crazy too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm to touch back on too. Just the guest character aspect. I like that. I know some people didn't, but I like the people coming in and going. They kind of give you like a sense of progression on the journey, like
Mhm.
that. You know, he was here for a little bit. He chipped in. He did his part and stuff like that. And it's another reason why I like 6 too. But yeah, for 4, I don't know. It was just an incredible game. It was just very well done. Battle system, story. Obviously, I'm ranking like the time that I played it. You know,
Yeah.
what video games meant to me at that time, and I was growing up, and I was growing with games, and just
First of its kind aspect.
maybe first of its kind. Yeah, I'm trying to think of what else was around.
I think it's
90,
for me
91,
it's
92.
best
Right.
summed up as it's proof of concept. It's the best aspects of 1, 2, and 3 combined into storytelling, gameplay, mechanics, combat, and character progression. It took a little bit of each one and then just made it into the gem it became.
Yeah, and another little thing I'll add on too is I'm a little bit younger than you guys, but
Yeah.
when I played this game, I didn't go like, oh, where's Final Fantasy 1? I
Yeah.
don't remember thinking that. You know, it just said Final Fantasy 2, so I picked it up and played it.
Yeah.
And I don't remember thinking like, oh, I'm missing something because I didn't play the first one, or even thinking about like a sequel. I think I just took it as a game. You know,
As
just
a
just played it.
standalone.
Title.
Yeah.
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 And then okay, so for 5, same thing with you guys. You know, none of us had the opportunity to play this when it came out. It didn't come out here.
Mm-hmm.
So the first time I played this was on PS1 when it got released in a compilation.
Yeah.
I think it came with was it Chrono Trigger and 5 or something
It
like
was,
that?
yeah. They sold them together. Yeah.
So that was actually the first time I played both those games. I didn't play Chrono Trigger on SNES,
Oh, nice.
and I thought it was fun. You know, it was like a swashbuckler, whimsical kind of like, you know, 4 was kind of heavy, you know, and this was kind of like they
Light.
kind of went back to you know, we talk about going back to the roots with 9, but
Mhm.
5 was kind of going back to the roots at that point, to just the crystals like fighting evil. You know,
Mhm.
things just kind of the lighthearted
Start
nature
out
of it.
lighthearted. Right. Yeah. Lighthearted.
I think this is an underrated soundtrack. I actually do listen to this one.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was actually pretty good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Battle on the Bridge is definitely up there.
Well, and the fun fact for that is when you bought this, it's the first Final Fantasy that came with the soundtrack. So you could
Okay.
listen to it like a CD.
Yeah, that's right. Okay.
So that might be why it's more influential for you.
Yeah. Job class thing. I had a lot of fun with it. I don't know much more to add on to it. You know, I don't remember all the classes. I don't remember how much of them become obsolete or how many were broken and specifics like that.
Yeah.
But I remember just kind of messing around because with each shark crystal you get more job class. It kind of like slowly introduces them in, so you kind of can try them all out.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Right.
I'm sure there's some broken way to do it at that.
Yeah. People
by the end.
theory trying to figure stuff out. Yeah.
Yeah. It definitely has that if you go really deep into it, where a class will just make others obsolete, but you can't get to it without having them, so it's sort of like a misnomer. It doesn't necessarily make it obsolete. It's just kind of like the ultimate version of it, right? Like Dragoon is an ultimate version of all the other ones, or
Okay.
Time Mage or the other different versions of it. Like they're extensions of it becoming the best version of it. So it's in that aspect, it can be considered that way, where it isn't like they're not necessarily leaning on each other because they're their own and they replace it. But at the same token, right, having Fighter be as powerful of everything else also doesn't necessarily make sense for the story aspect of it.
I would say that between like 2 and 5 are like the least known final bosses probably for Final Fantasy. People don't really talk. Maybe 3 too. 3, 2, and 5. You know, I'm sure they brought them back in 14 and stuff, and I don't know if they expanded on them or not, or just kind of threw them in there.
Yeah, just
But
when,
when you
Well,
think of
it's a
Final
good
Fantasy
point
bosses,
because 5's boss becomes a meme for every other game since then, because Gilgamesh pretty much becomes that aspect for he's a real boss, but is he a real boss, right? And he's in every
Gilgamesh is in it,
Yeah.
X Death is the final boss for 5,
yeah.
right?
Okay, well I guess that's true. Yeah.
but no, Gilgamesh makes his appearance in though.
Yeah.
5.
Gilgamesh cements himself in the Final Fantasy series with this game.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. A lot of characters, or a lot of bosses.
Yeah.
And you know, I don't remember the whole story back then. You know, of why this one didn't come out here. You know, I don't know if they thought this one just wasn't up to par or whatever happened. I don't know if you guys know why, because 4 came out here,
Mm-hmm.
and so they didn't release this one here, and then they released 6. I don't know. Do you guys have any thoughts on that?
The reason it didn't is because of the system. So it was 32-bit still, so it was still a cartridge, and in America we weren't on cartridge anymore. It was fully into CDs at that point, so it didn't transition at a time where it could, which is why when they re-released it re-released as a ROM in its own essence. Like, it didn't release as its own game. It was a ROM being emulated on PlayStation. I think that's why it didn't ever get released correctly.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
And then, so for me, the S tier, I did different than you guys. I just did like my favorite game because I wasn't sure how to look at S, you know, because I didn't know like if you have multiple things in S and A, like what that meant.
Well, because we added on,
Like-
so Tim had his favorite, and then I had mine as well. So yours could be the same. So essentially, your S rank would be our S rank, or your A rank would be our S rank. So
Right.
yeah.
Oh, right. Okay, like that. So I hesitated, or I debated to put. It was between 6 and 7. You know, I talk a lot of shit about 7, but it's
Yeah.
it is what it is.
Yeah.
It dropped because of what they've done with it the past 10 plus years, and it's just been poured out to a degree that I find rather annoying.
Yeah.
And so it's like it doesn't, it looks far away on this list, but it's pretty close to 6 right there, it's like in between A and S. But 6, I think, is just it's the masterpiece, I think, of the entire series. I think it's just the peak. I think they were just everything and everyone was firing on all cylinders, and I think it just happens with bands, it happens with directors, it happens with any kind of art where you just hit this like serendipity and you don't know why, you don't know how, and
Yeah, I can't
into
argue
more,
it.
but
Yeah,
but
no,
it's
no,
just, I think
I can't argue it. 7's just personal preference for me, and I think the cultural aspect of 7 is what pushes it over for me. But in no way, shape, or form would I ever argue that 6 does not deserve to be up there as well.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely does not have the cultural impact. And you've heard discussions of like, if they had waited a little bit longer and done this on PS1, you know, 6,
Yeah.
what would have happened? It might have been worse. You know, maybe it wouldn't have. You know, that kind of blocky feeling that 7 had, maybe wouldn't have worked with 6. You know, the sprite is like maybe
Yeah.
that was the way it was needed to be.
Mm-hmm.
I think out of all of them, this would be one. It might be too late going forward because the people are getting too old and too much time has passed. But this would have been one to remake. It might be too late now.
Yeah, hopefully that's on their radar.
Yeah.
If it is on the radar, it needs to be soon, because I think if it takes too long, I don't want it to happen.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
I would say
remakes made for Resident Evil. I mean, a lot of those were fan made. You know.
And this would be incredibly hard to remake this game. I get it. You know, it was a big ordeal to do 7. Don't get me wrong. I mean, it's gonna take. We're not gonna finish 7 until the end of this decade. That's how big this ordeal is.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. No. I think 7 6 is for some people sacred in a way that 7 could easily be remade because its story is more translucid or more liquid. 6 is set in stone. You couldn't change anything without, I think, insulting or.
Good point. Yeah.
I think it's it's its own game in a way that I don't think it could be remade or retold without ruining it because of how perfect it is. It's definitely like. You're correct in saying that for some people it's the height of Sakaguchi's storytelling. It's the height of Umetsu's ability with the technology at the time to craft a impeccable masterpiece.
They're at this like that perfect age,
Yeah.
40ish, kind of like still a little bit young but old and wise, beautiful. Just like that, just kind of like that magic spot.
Yeah, it's the height of the SNES. Like it couldn't have been run any better. Like it utilized the hardware perfectly, as to where some of the clunkiness of 7, which makes it endearing, is also the fact that they were trying to craft something on a new technology. So
Up to this point in my life,
yeah.
At this point, Terra was my favorite character. I thought that was an incredible character. I thought that was an incredible, in particular, it's a female protagonist, right? So I think that's interesting. And
Yeah,
she just
she
stood on her own. It wasn't just like we're putting a female into a male role just because we want them to be the main character. I felt like they did here very well.
She wasn't token like Lightning is.
Token, that's a good word,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is ironic because every character in 6 is almost so important. It's hard to say she's the main character, but she really is for how important she is to the story. But every character is told so beautifully in 6, as to where in 7 there are aspects of those certain characters where they do feel like they're not important enough to the story, which is where I think why 7 can be remade and 6 can't. Because in 7 they can explore those characters or those aspects of the story that weren't perfectly told, as to where in 6 it's hard to pick out those characters. Yeti might be the only one I can really say, or maybe Mog could have been expanded on in a better way. Every character otherwise
the
is...
people you get at the end. You can even say for Strago and Realm, you can get more of them.
Yeah. But yeah, that's why, I mean, for you to have that at S rank is not like, you're crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it was like, the age that I was playing these games at, it's like what I experienced with these games, like, it actually kind of didn't hit me till years later, and some of these I've played again. This one I've played again. Some of these on here I've only played once.
Yeah.
But just the
character development.
Kefka, and like when the World of Ruin happens, and it's like, wow, like that actually happened, and then you have to pick yourself up, you have to regather everyone. The Celis scene where she's with Sid and she's thinking about suicide off the cliff, and the whole
that was like the first one that had to deal with that, really.
Just the, like we talked about it, just the madness of Kefka, just willing to do whatever. I can keep going on, but just to have that many characters and to be able to talk about them to at least some degree, barring Umago, the Yeti you're talking about, Mog.
Yeah. That's right. His name is Umago. In my mind, his name is just Yeti because he might be the worst character. Well, no, he definitely is the worst character in that game for me.
Yeah, he's the worst character.
Yeah.
I mean, Gogo's kind of. I mean, he looks cooler, I guess, maybe Gogo, but he's up there too. He doesn't do anything either. And Shadow was just one of the original like cool characters. Just like, wow, who is this guy? Like, follow him around, and then you can actually, if you do things right, you can get him.
He's actually part of another video we're gonna do. Is why Shadow doesn't get as much shit as he should, because he has the least amount of story arc in the characters for 6, but yet he's never regarded in that way. He's just he's too badass.
I'm gonna push back a little bit. His story is hidden deep in this game.
Yeah.
Right, yeah,
you have to sleep in certain inns to get to trigger certain scenes.
That's true.
Right.
And so he is like what you were saying with 8, how they didn't pace the story well with him.
Yeah, that's true.
His story it's not super long, but there's more to him than most people know.
Yeah, I will say that, but that's again, that's part of why I think it's funny, because I think the average gamer experiencing Shadow's story did not do those things.
No.
But yet
I'd
still
say, like,
regards him.
Yeah.
Yeah, but still
I
regards
remember
him
that
as
moment
if he
on it.
did. Yeah.
I didn't
Okay.
wait for him.
You didn't wait for him?
Yeah, I didn't wait for him. Yeah.
That's funny.
He makes you wait till the last possible second too.
Yeah. No, this is true. Yeah. But
Last
it's
thing
also
I'll
a
add, and then
testament.
I'll move on to 7 is there's a thing called the Final Fantasy 6 T mod edition, and I think that's the best modded Final Fantasy game I've ever played.
Mm-hmm.
It's very interesting mod.
Yeah, I know they have good randomizers for that too.
All right, so 7. This game is it's right up there. You know, if we had been talking about this 10 years ago, I'd be speaking in a little bit better light. But I can't separate what this has become from what it was.
It is, yeah.
I remember getting picked up from school from my mom, and I opened up the glove compartment, and this game kind of fell out. And she had bought this for my older brother, John. She didn't buy it for me.
Yeah.
And he was super excited to get this game, and I was too.
By the way, this is why I feel like you can't separate your feelings for that, because that memory for you and you telling me that so many years ago, I think forever jades 7 in a way that it's always forever like that game where you have a little bit of hate for it because it wasn't for you and you thought it was. Right? It's like you had this gem. Because if you juxtaposition that, right? So
I get it.
let me challenge it. If you had opened that glove compartment and that game was for you, there's no way that memory doesn't just make this game untouchable to you. That's the.
It's mine.
Mm-hmm.
Let's look at much.
Yeah. But continue.
Yeah, and so and you guys touched on it before. This is when you get the big kind of like jewel case that opens up and it's got multiple discs, and that was different for me. I think you guys played more PC games than I did at that point, but for me, I would buy a game and it'd be on a cartridge and it'd be the single thing.
Yeah.
And so when I got this game that was 3 discs long, it kind of gave it this sense of like, wow, this is gonna be like 3 times as big as 6 or something. I don't know exactly what I thought, but something like that. It's gonna be like this huge journey. Like can't fit on 1 disc. Like what the heck, right? I didn't know exactly what that meant, but it kind of gave me that feeling.
So for your explanation for 5, if 6 hadn't been perfectly made, it wouldn't have been able to fit on 1 cartridge. But it was, because it was at the height of how they could code and how they could write memory so that the game looked as good as it did and it felt that good. 5 does not have any of that going. 5 couldn't do that because it was not coded correctly, or it didn't fit into the realms of how they were trying to port it from NES to SNES, like Super Famicom. It was a game that was just lost in translation as to where I think that's why it never came out the way it should have, because it just never, which is why it eventually came out as a ROM and not as like the original release of the game, because of how many technical issues they had with that game.
Okay, that makes sense for that time period. Yeah, having those kind of difficulties.
Yeah, but like if there was a game that probably should have been on 2, I don't know how they could have ever done it, but if it could have been on 2 cartridges, the vastness of 6 in comparison of like 6 to 7 of how much story there is, if you were gonna say, is 7 really that long? I think 6, I could argue, is longer than 7.
Okay.
But how is it that 6 fits on 1 cartridge, but 7 needed the 3 discs? Part of the lore is, how big videos were. Uncompressed videos running.
The videos, yeah.
But definitely, I think 6, if you kind of paced it out, 6 might actually be longer or have more story that gets released than 7 does in its entirety.
Okay.
Virtually.
Yeah. But continue.
And so just overall for Square at this point, this is a big decision for them, right? Because they had always made stuff on Nintendo, and they were gonna make this on whatever the new Nintendo console was. I don't think they even knew what it was called at that point.
Yeah.
It was going to be
And
a CD until they decided not to. Yeah.
and then I think most people know the story now, but they pivoted away and they went to Sony, and
Haven't looked back.
so yeah, we haven't looked back, I guess. Yeah. So got this game, and when I think about these games, like I always try to remember, how I felt when I played these games, and over the years I try to remind myself of these memories because I'm afraid I'll forget of like how I felt at the time.
Yeah.
And as you get older, you mix up things and stuff like that. You mix up memories, and so I really try to remember how I felt when I played this. And I want to be honest, like I don't remember being like blown away by how it looked. The graphics. I don't remember being like thinking like, wow. I remember the CGI, like the videos and stuff like that, but I don't think the character models and stuff like that really were like
Spectacular.
blowing me away.
Yeah.
But everything else, I thought, felt right at home with the turn base. I thought the characters were cool. Music obviously is right up there. I don't know if there's any more different things I can add to it, but it's just this is they're still firing at all cylinders at this point.
Oh, yeah.
When I say peak, this like it's a sustained peak. This wasn't like obviously there's a peak within a peak, I guess you could say, but
Yeah.
this is
How about
just
how about the more present setting, rather than like a fantasy type?
yes, okay, yeah. So I can speak on that, yeah. So that was like, okay, I had played these castles, magic. Well, there's magic in this too, but just the medieval fantasy kind of thing had been what if a lot of the RPGs that I played, and other than Earthbound, that was a curveball, right? That was very different, and so
Yeah.
this was a curveball too when it came out.
Mhm.
I want to say I'd never played a game up to this point that had this kind of setting.
Right.
And
Yeah, definitely different. Yeah. For it being
it
a
was,
Final Fantasy title.
it was an incredible game, and I'm grateful I got to play it when it came out. Like you said, I think it was '97, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And the way I thought, maybe you guys thought back then, is after you played a game, it was like wow, what's next? I feel like now people are like, I want more of the same thing. Like it seems to be what we go, instead of trying to come up with a new idea. It's like, how do we milk one idea for 10 years?
Yeah.
And so as much as I really love 7, it was like, that was a great game. What's next? What's the next Wild Arms? What's the next Final Fantasy? What's the next game? I kind of just moved on more than it seems. Other people, it seems like this was like a religious experience, and maybe it was like more like that for you guys. I thought it was a great game, but it wasn't a religious experience.
Okay. Yeah. But that's why 6 is higher on your list.
Yeah. Yeah. A lot of it's the time
Yeah.
where you go through.
And I don't feel like
Another level of it.
7 was made with the thought of making more games. I think it's just a byproduct of how good it is. And if it wasn't 7 they chose to be, it would have been 6, and then 6 would just have 36 versions of it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think you're right on that. Like, either
Yeah.
the Switch or some kind of weird alternate reality. And then last thing I'll say, and then I'll move to 8, is as far as like significance at the time, like cultural significance. This was, I think I had dial-up internet at this point. I'm not even sure, but most of the time I got
Yeah,
information through like
you did.
video game magazines.
Mm-hmm.
And so I do remember seeing like previews for 7 and it being hyped up and stuff like that.
Yep.
As I got older, and the internet became what it is now, and people started sharing things together. People talk about seeing advertisements on buses and stuff for this game. I never saw that, but I guess there was like a deliberate marketing campaign for this that had never been seen for an RPG that I can't speak to, but it seemed to be what happened. I don't know if you guys saw anything like that in a public place for this game.
Only with Sega. but that's part of Sega's legacy that doesn't get enough credit. Sega as a company tanked 90% of its function, except for the way they viral marketed and they did smash marketing. That's where Sony picked up that torch and saw what success Sega had was through that marketing, and they adapted that structure to how they marketed Sony to teenagers and to kids, which is, you know, it's a part of a marketing revolution as well. Nintendo doesn't do that. Nintendo just exists, and we are who we are. You know who we are, and we just have to put our name in front of something, and you're gonna buy it. Sony realized that you're not selling the brand, you're selling the game, and you have to make the game stand on its own. But I mean, that's a different conversation for sure.
Yeah, I feel like there was like, I'm not saying the internet didn't exist when these games came out, but there's the way that we interact with each other now, and message
Global
boards,
marketing,
big,
yeah.
social media, YouTube, and all this stuff. So there's like to me, there's like a pre-internet, post-internet review of these games. You know, of 7, 8, 9, particularly 8. I feel like 8. I think a lot more people liked 8, and then the internet told them that it was bad, and then they were like, "Oh yeah, I guess it is." I feel like that was the first one that I remember getting specifically bashed on forums and YouTube, and I know you're like, "Oh, this is why I put it so high because I have to defend this one or something." Right?
No. That's the whole point of this roundtable, is because I know we have such different viewpoints on different things, and I knew 8 was going to be a conversation. Yeah.
All right, so finished 7, and then so I'm at this point I'm at all-time high. You know, like I had played 6, I had played 4, and I had played 7, and I was just like, wow, like, every time one of these games come out, they're going to be good. There's no reason to question why, right? Anything else other than that? So when is the next one coming out, and what is it? And so here comes 8, and 8 comes out. Let's see, 1999.
8 was 99.
2 years later, and
like the back end of 99. It could almost be 2000, but yeah.
Okay. Once again, another memory of this was just being super excited and wanting, and knowing that there was a demo out there, and I had to go get this demo. And so they had these 2 demo discs at Pizza Hut if you went. And so I remember we went to Pizza Hut, and I asked my mom. I was like, "Make sure they give us the demo disc with Final Fantasy VIII, not the other one."
I don't remember that. That was a thing. I did not know that Pizza Hut did that. What was the other game?
I don't know. We could look it up. But
no. Continue talking. I'm gonna look it up. Right now. Go ahead.
What was it?
It was the Final Fantasy VIII demo.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it was the island mission.
Yeah, it was the seed mission. Yeah, the thing Adam did the test apparently. Yeah.
Crash Bandicoot was the other game.
Okay. So yeah, I didn't want Crash. I was like, I want it. You know? And
that's crazy. I didn't know. How do I not know that? That's so.
Well, I mean, remember there was this period of time where the demo disc was used in a certain way. You know, it was the way to promote, right? You know, and that was 7 had it on one of their fighting games, right? Tobal number 1, right? It had the 7 demo, and that was a way to get sales for that game and to promote something. And
oh, there's a whole list. Continue. I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah. And so
yeah, Tobal number 1. Thank you, Chris.
Yeah, I never played that, by the way, so I don't know. I just know that game is, people know that game because that was the game that came with the 7 demo. Like, that's how it's done. Like,
yeah, this is true.
It did well vicariously through 7.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
And so, really, they should have done that with the 8 demo, Square. They should have released it with the game again.
Yeah, that would have been. It would have been a different conversation for sure.
But they teamed up with the pizza company, which I guess makes sense too.
No. Well, okay, maybe.
No.
In my mind, this is just Pizza Hut was already losing market shares at this point. This is the only way I can look at it, is that they were already doing so poorly that they went so radical, because this would have been the first game company to do that. I mean, no other fast food gave out demo discs until Burger King, And Burger King did it because they were failing so poorly. They tried to reach a
Yeah.
different, and then
Yeah.
KFC did it when they started failing. The only company that's ever done it really like successfully and not because they were failing is probably Taco Bell.
Okay. Interesting. So playing the demo, I loved it. I once go back to the graphics, I was like, wow, it looks like people. You know, it was like proportioned
Yeah.
correctly, and so I remember that sticking out to me a lot. You know, and so I thought it was like a pure graphical upgrade. It wasn't even like an artistic choice of just like, oh, like 7 like chose this and 8 chose that. It was just like straight up better. And another side note to this game, I remember renting this game before I bought it. So I rented this at Hollywood Video, which was next to the Game Crazy that I eventually started working at. And I rented it, and I think I play games a little bit slower than you guys, and so I didn't beat it within 5 days, and so I returned it, and I didn't even get past disc 1 within 5 days. You know,
Yeah.
I don't remember where I got to, so I returned it, and then I tried to rent it again, and they were like, well, we have the game, but disc 1 got stolen. So it was unrentable for me.
Yeah,
I
that
remember
sucks.
that's a memory that stuck out to me.
Yeah.
Right, I calling, and it was like, oh yeah, we're getting another copy, and then it's not here yet, and then this led to me, I think, just badgering my mom enough to eventually she bought it for me.
Yeah.
So I guess it kind of worked out, but I remember that being interesting, that someone stole the first disc only, and so like no one could play that game really. It's like what is that? And Squall is a special character to me. Like Squall is like me, you know. Like I really resonated with this character, you know. Like I just
He's the first hero to fit into that, where he wasn't happy or he wasn't like he was very he had something going on in the background in a way that no other game had ever done.
you know, I think I get, you know, Adam and Tim definitely have their struggles and have things they've gone through, but it's a particular like voice in my head that a cloud of sadness or something that I've dealt with depression maybe a little bit more than they have, you know, or at least in a different way. And so the Squall lone wolf, just like short like sentences, just not saying much, you know. Like I was just like, wow, this is me, you know, like this is like, and
Yeah.
he was
He just keeps overcoming.
he's a little bit older than me at the time, but still kind of like I thought of him as like a contemporary, you know. And so
Yeah, I think that's something I didn't like about 8 too, is I couldn't tell how old they were supposed to be. Are they supposed to be teenagers, like 15 or 16 in high school, or are they like young adults in college? Like it just the setting never resonated with me.
yeah,
I feel like 17.
it was like because you were past that era, like of like the high school, college kind of nonsense. I actually, you know, like you were still in that age range at that point. Right?
I was in high school, but they didn't look like high school kids. They looked like adults, but then they were supposed to be in high school. So that's where like for me it hurt that the graphics looked so good that I could tell how old they were supposed to be, but then they just didn't. They didn't, right? It just didn't look. It didn't work for me.
I mean, when I look at Cloud's, you know, I couldn't tell how old Cloud was.
Yeah,
right? It was just a block.
The only reason I knew anyone's age in Final Fantasy VII was because I looked in the booklet or guide, and it told me that, you know, Squall was this age, or, you know, Vincent is this, you know, well, 8 million years old, however old Vincent is. But yeah, no, like for Final Fantasy VIII, they were supposed to project a youthfulness, and their faces definitely had it. But I'm like, no kid in high school looks like this. It was the
kind of like
supermodel. They're all supermodels. They're all, you know.
Wow. Okay, that too.
Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say that you know, if you look at high school from like 90s or 80s, the kids looked older.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like something happened where like kids started to look younger and younger in high school. I've noticed that kind of for I don't know whatever reason, but so they were kind of like a throwback to maybe how like '90s kids would look
Yeah.
at that age. 'Cause they're around like 17 or something like that.
Yeah, they're supposed to be. They're all 17.
Yeah.
Squall 17, Selfie 17, uh, Rihanna 17. I think is Zell 16. He might be one of the younger ones.
Yeah, Irving, Zell,
Yeah.
Cypher.
Yeah, very young.
And then Quisitus is 18, but she looks
she's
like.
Well, there now you nailed it because
Yeah.
she's a teacher, but she's like this. Yeah, so that one I'll give you credit on that one because that's like you would think she's like late 20s or something, right?
Yeah, she's the same age as Cypher, because Cypher is
Yeah.
also the only other one that's old. It was just like I get it, but it's also like it's like a TV show where it's 20-year-old people pretending to be in high school, right? It's never like actual.
Yeah. Okay.
So it had that kind of movie feel to it. So it's like I didn't necessarily not like it, but I also it was just like. But then it goes down to the story, right? They were all orphans together, so they all have to be the same age, but then they all had to fit into an archetype to be accessible, right? You needed to fit into the genre. And so it's just like they made them look how they did, and it was just like, okay, they're all 17, deal with it.
Yeah. I think definitely for Adam, maybe for Tim too. Maybe you guys probably watched more TV and movies than I did. So I more really just it was like I'd go play outside a lot and then video games. It wasn't too much TVs and movies. And so whatever the 8 introduced as far as like you're talking about like the soap opera kind of thing or TV show kind of tropes and stuff like that. This is like it's new to me, right? Like it was different to me, and I kind of was like I was digging it for whatever reason. These kind of like this kind of aspect. And then just real quick to touch back on Squall, just it's very powerful to be able to identify with the character. When people
100%. Yeah.
People like try to overlook that, but like I liked having the long hair, similar kind of skin tone to me. They tried to make him more American looking.
Yeah.
Same kind of height as me, and so like that stuff actually like makes a difference when you have like someone that looks and acts like you and you're playing a game.
Yeah, they definitely didn't try and make everyone European or like fit into a genre. Like each character kind of had its own basis.
Yeah, with the leather jacket.
Yeah, no, it was very
cool,
iconic.
I wear a lot of black, so it was like
Yeah, the cool weapon, the scar.
the gun blade, which doesn't make sense if you think about it too much.
Right. Yeah. When you break it down. Yeah, very impractical.
Yeah.
And so I kind of I put
An opening cutscene too.
Opening cutscene is great. Yeah, opening cutscene is very cool. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I bought the game off the opening cutscene. We'll get into that too. But
I'll put like overall Final Fantasy fans around our age, plus or minus a little. And I think when this came out, I don't know. I think it did well, and I think when if you just played it,
did.
I think it just people enjoyed it, and
I will agree with you that there was a push that people shouldn't like it, and it just changed the way people view the game. I accept it for what it is.
It was it tested people's like emotional maturity,
it
with
did,
the love
for sure.
story and stuff like that, and 7 is I'm not saying it doesn't have like emotional moments and stuff. I mean, you have people falling off the pillar and dying and stuff like that, and like people getting stabbed and stuff. And there's a romance between Tifa and Cloud, but it's deeper here with Squall and Renora.
Yeah.
And even the aspect of Laguna and Squall is a loving aspect because it's heavily hinted that that's his father.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
Sevens is more global. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is true. Well, he's not. He's an anti-hero in his own right. He's not atypical to what heroes were being portrayed as at that time.
Yeah, very introverted.
Yeah.
Doesn't outright tell his feelings to Renella.
Right.
For your rejection, but
Well,
Yeah,
and go ahead.
I think about just the people that were working on all these games. I remember interviews I've seen over time where you know, if you had gone into the video game industry in the late 80s and it was like, why are you doing that when you could be working on movies or you could be working on other things? It was kind of like looked down, especially in the Japanese culture. You know, I remember I've seen that from the guy who did Metal Gear. I'm blanking on him.
What?
Who's the creator of that?
Who, of Metal Gear Solid?
Yeah.
Oh, well, now that you said it, I'm completely blanking on his name. Yeah, Kojima. Yeah.
So Kojima, yeah.
I was trying to think about his studio Kojima games. I couldn't think of it.
Kojima and other people I've talked about. I've seen in interviews just talking about how people around them are like, you know, why are you going into that? You know, like.
Yeah, it was definitely looked down on. It was not an honored position, or it didn't hold a lot of prestige.
Yeah, well, use honor, yeah. Use that word. And so they were defying that, right? They were paving their way, and at this moment in 8, it was like maybe they pushed a little too far of like, we need to prove to our critics and the world that like video games is like could hit a higher, even higher emotional level than 7 and 6 had picked, and you know, they kind of got caught up in that in this time period, doing the movie and just trying to, I think, just trying to prove critics. You know, it kind of reminds me of like
8 is romanticized. Like the entire thing is an extended romance. Everything in it is designed to be really drawn out and to feel bigger than it did. The only thing, and so this is why, like you say you convinced me 8 will be better, but it's the things I don't like about 8 aren't the things that normal people are complaining about, or like why they want to hate it. Like it's because Squall was depressed and blah. Like, no, I don't care if Squall's emo and depressed. Like, I enjoy that aspect of him. The things I don't like about 8 go down to like the core of it and how the story is told, as to where 7 has a more global implication. 8 can't exist beyond the characters. I don't feel like there's a story in 8 beyond what's happening for each individual characters, and I don't ever feel like 8's characters are strong enough to tell a better story. And that's my only thing with it, is there's no world in 8. If you took the world away from 8 and you just put it in a, if it was a gray box, I feel like 8 could still exist within the characters, because the character stories are strong, but they
we'll
just
bring up your list again, because if it was one issue, it would go from A to B, but it went from A to C. So but you have more than one issue with it.
Oh, I have a lot of issues with 8. I don't like the schools. I don't like the combat was me, the way that. But what I'm saying is 8's characters are strong at their core, but only in certain very distinct aspects, because they're trying to bring out that the romance beyond it, like Squall and Riona's relationship, and then how Cypher interacts with it to be that third antagonist in a relationship of like, does she really have really strong feelings for him? Why does their relationship seem so broken? And it's like Cypher is so abusive, and again, another reason that no one ever brings up is Cypher's relationship with Riona is never fully explored to what it should have been and what they hinted to, because I think when the game came out, had they made Cypher the abusive boyfriend that they hint at but they never explore, and like how it affected Riona and why she's so slow to care for Squall, I think it would have been so much more impactful. But you're talking about putting domestic abuse in a game, it's hinted at in very like hushed tones, or in very like Disney-esque, like the aunt is terrible, the mother is the wicked witch, right? They do it in very iconic or in very polarizing ways where it's so outlandish it can be like accepted because Disney does it. But to have it be a huge character flaw where this guy is just abusive emotionally, potentially physically through some of their scenes, that's never, like, to go through that, I mean, you don't ever experience that in a game until much later. It's when you start getting into like psychological drama, You know, and then you're starting to talk about horror games that really were the
Yeah.
forefront of exploring, you know, emotional damage and psychosis and
Silent
stuff
Hill.
like that. Yeah, and Silent Hill is a really good. So it's just like one of the things I don't like about 8 is they had a moment and an opportunity that they hinted at that potentially was in the story, but they took away because they were afraid people wouldn't be able to accept it. And then the way violence is portrayed in Japanese culture and how it's sometimes censored, it's not censored in a way when it's so outlandish that it's just ridiculous, right? Where it could just be an anime where it's a character killing a billion people, right? And it's just like, oh, that's so out of the realm of realism that we can
Yeah.
accept it and we're not going to worry about it. But then when it's something like that where it's, you know, abuse of a child, abuse of, you know, your spouse or something, they do it in a way where it's like it has to be one or the other. It can't be in a way where it feels so real that it would impact people. And that's where her relationship with Cypher had tones of that for me, or I was picking up on it, but then it just never gets fully explored, and then it's just like Rihanna just becomes this weirdly damaged girl, and you don't really ever find out why, or I don't feel like I ever got the conclusion to why, and Cypher's character just falls off the back end to me. He just becomes
Okay.
this guy who gets manipulated by the witch, right?
Yeah,
Altissima.
I would say that I'm giving them credit for taking the 3-pointer, and even if they missed it, right?
Yeah.
They took the 3-pointer, and you're like, they missed it. I think you're right. I think from 7 to 8, they went to a new level, but they were like, you know, let's look at the audience of who plays our game. It's mostly like young men, right? That
Yeah.
was like, you know, like, so it's like, I think when this game came out, it was surprising it did as well as it did for its kind of, you know, like, this is something you would feel like more like maybe if there was more women gamers, it would be like this is the one that they like, or not like a teenage boy. They would be like, they would probably wouldn't like the story, and I think that it did come to roost when the internet started bringing us together, and most people did see this as like a whiny like soap opera.
Yeah.
And I get that, and so they took the attempt to go that way, and then as we see with 9, they kind of looked in the mirror and said, okay, let's not be this serious. Let's do, you know,
Yeah.
let's calm down a little. We're not, you know, we're not this. We're not hot shit. You know, it's like
Yeah.
humble ourselves a little bit.
I appreciate taking the game-winning shot. I'm still that fan that was like, oh well, we still lost the game. So.
Yeah. They didn't lose the game, but I know what you're
They
saying.
didn't. But I also feel like 8 gets a lot of undue criticism because it was in a position it could never have succeeded in, coming after 7, right? The fact that 6 existed and then 7 came out and did as well, to me is an under talked about portion, because for how perfect 6 was, to have 7 do so well is pretty incredible, considering it's kind of been, for this series and a lot of other series, it's kind of hit miss, right? One game is beloved, the next game is usually pretty raked through the coals. So for 6 and 7 to have existed the way they did, to me, is spectacular. And then for 8 to come out and for them to try new things, for them to push the envelope in some areas and hold back in others, like, I feel like, you know, I would have appreciated they just went all the way. They just went super, like, out there, which is like, you know, for 13, they went super out there, and then it's a complete failure, in my opinion.
Yeah, for a while, I felt like the trend was like the first game was good, the middle game was kind of so-so, the end game was good in like each era, I guess you could say.
Yeah. So just to wrap up 8, in particular, the era that I'm in right now, these games look better and better as the years go by, as the games have gotten worse.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, that's for sure.
So just to wrap up, like, you know, there must have been a couple people that still worked on 2 were still around during 8 because they got a little frisky with the mechanic and stuff like that. And it was undeniably weird.
Yeah.
And but the world map, the side quest, that was firing on all cylinders, you know, and just adding stuff the card system and all that. So there's a lot to get into with that, but anyways, I'm spending too much time on that, so we'll go to 9. And so, like you were saying with 6 and 7, 9 comes out very shortly after 8. So it was like crazy.
Within a year, yeah.
Development cycle that they were pumping these things out like this, right? That's even more amazing looking back, especially how long it takes for things now. There's a variety of reasons for that. The video game industry has changed significantly.
Yeah, but to your point, when you said the people for 2 worked on 8, this is also the first time Square was developing 2 Final Fantasies at the same time, and part of the team was on 9 and part of the team was on 8. So that's where, that's where you're seeing that separation. But continue.
So 9.
I'm surprised it's higher on your list than 8, actually.
Well, they're all this. It's all A. I didn't.
Oh, okay.
I didn't do it like that. You
Okay.
guys did it like that? I wasn't even thinking about that.
Yeah, I did.
I just clicked it onto the category.
Oh no, I went super meta. Mine goes like list top to bottom,
Okay.
left to right. Yeah.
Oh yeah. So for full disclosure, it's not like that.
Oh, okay. Okay, I got you.
But that's good though. That's actually a way to differentiate that I
Yeah.
didn't think about. So just that era from '97 to like 2000 was 7, 8, and 9 is like it's all kind of like one encompassing thing where it was just I remember this period and just like
They could do no wrong.
as you'll see like we don't have screenshots that we're showing people, and I don't know if these people have played all these games, but what we went through from 1991 to 2001 was so transformational, and from 2001 to 2011 wasn't as much, and 11 to it was just an unbelievable time, right?
Yeah.
And so for 9, like you said, this is kind of like going. Well, it isn't kind of. It's 100% going back to the roots. The four.
That was the entirety
marketing.
marketing of it. Yeah. We're going back is I think what the actual tagline is for the trailer.
They even got Coke involved, I think, in promotions.
Yeah, Coke. This is true too. Coke did.
And I remember initially being disappointed on how it looked because it went back to the I don't know, is chibi
Slightly
the word, right?
Yeah, chibi or slightly cartoonish. Yeah, chibi is the real faces but kind of kiddie-ish bodies.
Yeah, and so I remember seeing the screenshots for it in magazines and being like, I was still 100% excited for it because still at this point, Square has done no wrong.
Yeah.
With this, I had Super Mario RPG in there. Like they were just anything they touched. It was just like.
Oh yeah.
Like, just a great game. You guys have covered a lot on these already. So just an incredible game, and just kind of capped off that era of from 7 to 9 was a just very special era for Square.
Yeah, it was the Sony era, right? PlayStation 1 was just it was a special time in gaming for PlayStation, for all of us, especially with the fall off of Nintendo and the N64 and the limitations that really held back gameplay, mechanics, storytelling.
Yeah, because they weren't really adding anything like game breaking as far as like how the game was played. It was just more like they just kept leading into the story.
Yeah, we got the Rumble Pack. That was the big one.
Yeah, because they didn't change the formula too much on the battle system.
Yeah. And then the Donkey Kong expansion pack that broke some N64s.
You guys bring up a good point that I wasn't thinking about, but with 7, 8, all the characters, I guess, had more consequence to the story than I agree with you guys with what 9. How you said those 4 characters were the catalyst, the moving engine for the game, however you want to put it, and
they were everything. They were the engine, the car, yeah.
Everything. Fine, yeah. Put it like that. I agree with that. I do agree with that sentiment.
Yeah. In fact, the other characters were lucky to just even be in the car, let alone just like. And that's sad to say for how powerful Aiko's story is in that, and for like how important she is as a summoner and to be Garnet's cousin, and then she's just no one used her. No one cared.
But I could also go back to, like you said, they're working on 2 games at once. It's a very important aspect to bring up. They're working on 2 games at the same time.
Yeah.
And they just needed to hit a quota of a certain amount of party members. You know, Armorant was like probably
Yeah.
created like at the end, right?
The
We just need
thief,
another
yeah.
guy, like,
No, he's the thief. He steals. He throws weapons. He's literally the thief that they just added.
Yeah.
And for a half a minute, they tried to make it seem like he was gonna be like an assassin or something. And he just wasn't. He just he instantly is tamed and just irrelevant. And then like once in a while, he throws out a comment like, "I'm gonna kill you still," and that's it. Like no development whatsoever.
Yeah, you remember him more than I do. Yeah.
Yeah. And then you have what is it? Quiona. I don't even remember. Yeah, Queenie. I don't remember how to pronounce the name. And it's just the blue mage that eats things and does things. Yeah.
I mean, you know, I'm a sucker for the blue mage, so
Yeah.
it was cool that they had blue mage.
Yeah.
And then you had Freya, who was the dragoon, and the only character that actually had a story and an arc that really mattered or felt important.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, outside of the initial 4.
Mm-hmm.
And so, okay, so for Final Fantasy X, it's a big moment too. You know, I remember you guys probably were too. I was super hyped for the PS2, and you know, the things I saw for it, I was just like, wow, these games look incredible, right?
It was equally a big step in a direction as 7 was going from like 16-bit to fully fledged. Yeah, it's equally as, I would say, impactful and is important for technology, just gaming in total.
So it's like we got to experience 2 of these, like, I don't know, paradigm shifts, whatever you want to call it, right? Like, it's just like a...
Yeah. It's the start of a new era. Like,
because historically, new era Final Fantasies have been good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so, interesting enough, this game came out early on in the PS2, and it still looks, you can almost say it's one of the best looking PS2 games, right?
Yeah.
You know, I would say that.
I would say it's the start of the antithesis of using motion capture to tell a story, which made gaming more movie storytelling as opposed to like long form book oriented storytelling.
Yeah.
But it's still, comparing 10 to 12, I think is a drastic difference as well. I think 12 is the height of what a game could have looked like.
Okay.
For realism, as to where 10 probably looks incredible in a way that, because they used motion capture more than they did in 12. 12 did a balance between character model animation and like actors doing mocap for it, as to where with 10 it was just pretty much 100% mocap for all of everything they did, which also made 10 take longer and was more expensive to make, which is why they went back for 12 to the mix of both, which I think kind of lended to the story of where 12 has a totally different look and feel to it than 10 does. 10 still kind of character-ish or caricature in the way that they portrayed Titus, like the facial movements and stuff, because that's the only aspect of him that is computer generated, because for them to talk they had to animate that portion, and that's why it feels less realistic, because one part of their body is moving independent to the rest of them, except for in the cutscenes, where in the cutscenes it's phenomenal. The cutscenes in 10 are the height of PS2. I don't think you can ever have anything better. The cutscene with Titus and Yuna in the water, like when they kiss, is great, the ending scene where he's falling off after, like, there's just you're not going to get anything better. And 12 pretty much doesn't really have that. 12 is more just fully computer generated so it's just like so it's just like there are 2 different sides to it. But to your point, for the best capturing of moments, like through video, like to tell a story, is 10. Best gameplay, like video game from start to finish, like sequentially, is probably 12 is probably up there. And then Metal Gear Solid did a really, really good job with was it Snake Eater for 3?
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, he just looks incredible. Like in the videos in the game, they're just real. They're real in a way that no other game had ever portrayed, in my opinion. Because sports games were way off the mark. They look like horror movie robots. Like they're not real people. Wrestling games weren't doing it. I couldn't tell you another game that probably did a more realistic character model than Metal Gear Solid.
Really good. Yeah.
Yeah, so, but I think Silent Hill 2 only looked good in the videos. Gameplay, it took a huge degradation to quality.
I guess,
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, so for 10, so it's like at this point, it's like at 7, 8, and 9, it's like Square had signed a major contract, like it's like a band, right? And now
Yeah.
they signed to a major label, they've made these great albums, and now at 10, they're doing like the biggest stadiums you can in the world, right? And now it's like,
Yeah, Blitzball stadiums.
you know, they're kind of looking at each other, and you know, I think this is where like maybe tensions are starting to build, and people are starting to think that I don't need you and I can do things on my own. Egos are growing, and this is, you know, everything's becoming very big, and
There's a
people are
huge
looking around.
generational gap that was created.
Generational gap.
Yeah.
Is like, is this, you know, Sakaguchi's like, is this the same thing that I walked into in the beginning? And you know, so it's an interesting point, but they still, even though these things were building up underneath, they don't come into play, I don't think, until the next couple of Final Fantasies. So they still released a really good product with this one, but I think that stuff was like at the beginning of that kind of stuff was happening around this time. He's doing that movie. They're making this game, and
Outside influences were having a bigger effect.
Coming, you know, I looked it up for Advent Children comes out in 05, so
Yeah.
they do that movie. So this is a shaky time, you know, the 2000s, 2010s for Square, or even maybe they're Square Enix by this point. I forgot when exactly that happened.
Yeah, they're Square Enix at this point. Square Enix comes into existence for 9, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, after
8, I think is the 8 is the last SquareSoft game, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
10, yeah, 10 I think is the last Square.
Is it
Okay,
really?
so
Okay,
10.
is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So they're still Square at this point. So
Yeah. They get
I feel like, I don't know. I feel like I'm not talking enough about the specifics of the games. Are you guys? How do you guys? Is that okay? Like,
No.
that's like,
This is about your journey and your
Yeah,
experience with
like-
them.
But I had a lot of fun with this game when it came out. I do remember feeling that it wasn't as big as like 7, 8, and 9. It wasn't as much, you know. It still had the side quest, and it still had the formula that they knew how to pump out. But I guess because they were on to a new console and they weren't quite sure in how to put it together, I guess, or whatever the case was.
This was the start of
Didn't-
linear gameplay for Final Fantasy.
Didn't quite have the scope. Yeah, it didn't quite have the scope.
Yeah.
But it was like if those games were zoomed out, these was zoomed in, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so you got to see more of the of everything. It was just the zoomed in version of Final Fantasy.
Yeah, it was a hyper focused telling of the story because, like I said, they had the ability to do it because they were doing the mocap, so they approached it in an entirely different way, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, they weren't making any big leaps in the battle system. They were just more forward, like story driven,
Mm-hmm.
focused.
Yeah. Did you play 11?
So did I play 11?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, okay.
I'll get to that. Yeah.
Okay, but
So
continue.
10-2.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that piece of shit.
Um,
That was me subtly saying you don't need to add anything to the
I guess,
conversation.
is it fair to say that like this is the first cash in?
Oh,
This is the
100%.
first, like,
Right.
it's
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
there had been cash-ins in probably with other companies in video game history for sure before this point, but this is I think Square's first cash-in, right?
Yeah, no, this was the start of Sakaguchi going to war with the production company. He did not want to do this. He wanted no part of it, and he in fact had very little to do with it other than they had to put his name on it because he was a director at Squaresoft. Like,
Okay.
yeah, no, this was him coming to the realization that it's not about us making quality games. It's about us pushing out product that they can market.
Yeah, so I pre-ordered this.
Did you really? Wow.
Yeah, I pre-ordered this. I pre-ordered this in 10. The other ones I think I just bought. I only did pre-ordering for a little bit, and I had a little phase between pre-orders. So yeah, I had this pre-ordered. I remember picking this up, and I guess I can't remember if I didn't look too much into it before I got it, but
Yeah.
I was just playing this, and I was just like, what is this? Like I was like, I've been here, I've seen this.
Here's a good point, because
I
me
didn't
and
get
Tim
it.
played this together. You weren't there
Okay.
for it. I remember the exact moment me and Tim looked at each other. When was your moment where you were like, "Holy shit! What did I just buy? Like, what did I just waste my money on?"
Me? I don't
Yeah.
know. Yeah, I don't know. I just I can't. I don't. These other games I have like specific memories where they're very
Yeah.
specific, but for this I just remember thinking like it was like, okay, we're gonna revisit this world, but we're actually literally revisiting the same exact places.
Yeah.
Like it's just reused. This town is the same. The
Mhm.
camera angle is the same. It was just like I paid $50 and I'm back here with two characters from the original, and then this new character, Pain, which nobody cares about even now. She obviously didn't stand the test of time.
She's still a better character than Lightning.
Okay, that's a debate. That's
Yeah.
interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I just wasn't feeling this, and I didn't have the words to describe it at the time. But I would say it was a cash in, but I didn't know it was a cash in because I didn't know what that term was at the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rough. They dangled the carrot all the way to the end.
Mm-hmm.
I felt like.
There was no redeeming quality about this game. I mean, it's
Yeah.
that simple. I mean, even the music was bad because Mezzo was working on other projects, so he had very limited engagement with it, which is why they went with like popular pop rock bands to do the singing, because they tried to make it about this story of her doppelganger that was walking around as a rock star. Like just
Wow.
everything, yeah, everything about that game. Just
Yeah.
yeah. All right.
So it's only not in D because 15 is its own thing, and it needed its own category, so
Yeah.
you couldn't share space.
I
Yeah.
hear your critiques on 15 because I know Adam, you don't like it either.
So for 11, 11 was interesting because I had been interested into the MMO aspect, and I didn't play EverQuest, I didn't play Ultima, and I had heard about this stuff and really wanted to play it, and I had no way of playing these games because my parents never wanted to pay for the monthly service for these games, and I didn't have a job,
Yeah.
and so it was kind of like locked out of MMOs for a period of time.
Yeah, same here.
And I remember going to GameStop and buying this, and then I already had it home and opened it, and then I explained like, oh, this is like part of the. I was like trying to like push so far into this process
That they
that
couldn't say no.
couldn't return it.
Oh my god, that's awesome. The methodical thought to
Yeah.
lie to your parents and manipulate them into like, oh, we can't return it. I opened it.
Yeah, might as well
It's
play
Final,
it.
it's
Yeah,
Final Fantasy, you know?
exactly right. Well, unless you wanted to waste $60, I guess you're gonna have to give me another 12 so that I can play this online. Okay.
And so, I had a decent PC at the time. I was able to play it. That's all I
Yeah.
remember. I don't know if it played it on Max or whatever, but it was able to play it, and it just wasn't like stuttering all over the place. So it was enough to play it.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember installing it. Putting this disc. You have to put this disc in, another disc, and like the music's playing, and you're waiting for this thing to install. And it was like
Yeah.
this whole like thing that I'd never experienced before because I wasn't a PC gamer at all.
Mm-hmm.
And so. Did you guys play it on PS2 or PC? Real quick.
I watched Tim play it on PS2. I played it on PS.
Okay.
I played it on my computer.
Yeah, I did
Okay.
both.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know what you're talking about where you had like disc after disc after, and then
Yeah.
updating play online and that whole.
Yeah, the play online thing, and then it
Mhm.
asks you, do you want to add Tetramaster for like an additional $1 a month,
Yeah.
or then play the card game? I still remember that. And so then it finally starts, and and for me, it's like this huge ordeal to create a character, and I'm stuck in this thing, and I'm like, I'm scared because when I click it, it's like permanent.
Permanent.
Like,
Yep.
Yeah. It's like finally do it, and and it was quite an experience. You know, just like the music playing, all these people walking around. I'm like, wow, these are all like real people, and I'm like, not necessarily that they're going to respond to me, but it's like everyone's talking, and like it was like very vibrant, and
Mm-hmm. That
you know, I
experience is one of the things on my list of like, if I could recreate a moment or recreate, playing a game for the first time, one of the things I'd want to re-experience is creating my first character on an MMO and just experiencing the vastness and the overwhelming nature of that.
overwhelming. That's a great word. Yeah,
Yeah.
town was big. There's like all this stuff going on, and like, and it, like Tim was saying, this game doesn't hold your hand like WoW does, and these other games.
Yeah,
You
that's
know,
for
so it's
sure.
like you're learning on the fly, and I think you're right. Like, I don't remember like looking up guides, but there probably wasn't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there probably wasn't very many when we started.
Yeah, I had the strategy guide, and even that was very minimal in direction. It just kind of gave you like suggestions.
That was also one of the first strategy guides that told you would buy it for what was like $20 or $30, and then when you went into it, it'd say, "Go online and look for more information here." And you're like, and I'm like, "Why did I just pay $30 for it if I'm going online?"
But it had a notes section. I remember that.
Yeah.
It had a big notes. Yeah, were like 3 or 4 pages where you could just take notes.
Oh yeah, no. So did you find 11 too overwhelming or too inaccessible for you to like truly enjoy it?
Yes, I did,
Okay,
but it's still a B because of that experience and of just the overall attempt from Square. You know, they didn't hit a, like you guys were saying. I agree. They didn't hit a home run with this, but they hit like a triple. You know, they hit like a double or a triple somewhere around there.
Yeah.
It was really good. They kept going with it. Um, and when I talk to, I have a friend now that's into MMOs, probably as much as, I don't know, Adam, you're not as much into MMOs now, but he's still into them probably as much as like you were back in the day.
It's not that I'm not into them; it's that there's not any worth playing.
Okay. Well, okay, then
Yeah.
that speaks. He talks about, like, he speaks more glowingly about 11 now because of what has happened to MMOs. You know, like,
Yeah.
how it was like, whatever the case, that genre has changed over time to a way that he's, in some ways, he's not too thrilled with.
Aren't you playing it right now, Tim? I think I saw you logged into it the other day, right? You're trying to
Yeah.
experience the story because they added bots so that you could play through the story and experience it before
Yeah,
they end it forever.
They made a lot of right. They made a lot of quality of life changes that
Yeah.
make it more accessible to single player stuff. So you could spawn in your own group of party members and have your own group, and you can teleport almost literally everywhere. So yeah, you don't have to sit there and travel for hours.
Yeah, they definitely did not make that game with the frame of mind that they thought they
No,
were
it
going to be
was-
struggling to have subscribers.
Yeah, and that's the thing is it was a huge investment. Huge investment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You had to set aside some time to really sink your teeth into that.
Yeah, so that's definitely what I've heard. Huge investment, but if you did put the investment, this game would be something that's just unforgettable experience.
Mm-hmm.
But I only got so far in it. But like I said, this was like my EverQuest for you guys, right? Like EverQuest was like first magical like MMO moment.
Yeah, MMO was EverQuest. Online game was probably the original Diablo. First person shooter was Team Fortress Classic and Counter Strike. But yeah, like it definitely, for MMO wise, it was EverQuest. That was the first time I was ever just like, I remember taking 2-3 hours to make a character, going out and dying instantly and just being like gutted.
And it was just unique where you were actually playing with other people around the world. It was like AI, AOL chat rooms, but we had a
just better, right? Yeah, it's just the best aspect of everything.
I was, I had what they call a link shell, right? Where you had like the.
Oh god, yeah, link shells, Jesus. Every aspect of Final Fantasy XI was so poorly like thought out and executed.
Just the fact that I'd log on and I'd be happy to talk to someone that I don't know in real life. It was this weird emotional connection that I hadn't experienced before in games, right? I mean, you guys already know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, MMOs crafted our world today.
Right.
Like they made the world accessible.
Similar, yeah. Yeah, like when you mentioned logging in for the first time, like I remember, logging in, people just shouting like, "Oh, what's your favorite Final Fantasy? Like, not talking about 11.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure,
One thing my friend says now is that MMOs are not like that. There's like the social experience is it's more like
It's
just
toxic. Everything's toxic
Okay.
now. Yeah.
That's the word. Okay, that's the word. Yeah.
That was the
Anyway,
only thing WoW Classic
Yeah.
like captured was people came back and were so positive about it that there was nothing really toxic happening until they did hardcore or World of Warcraft, and then it was just everyone being toxic and just like you suck and you deserve like it went back to everything that was bad with MMOs again.
yeah. All right, so 12. This one is, I think this one's very close to A. It's in B, but it's like BA, B plus category.
Okay.
It's just I played this in 07, 06, and I've never played it again. It's a
Mhm.
very old memory.
Yeah.
And I think this isn't, not to say this is a bad game, but this is the start of Square Enix. The peak has been hit, and we're on the downtrend at this point by 2006 and 7.
This was the split.
And this was still like we're in a bearish market, but now we don't quite know until 13 hits. Everyone knows it's a bearish market, but
Yeah.
12, we're in disbelief. We're in the disbelief mode. We're not sure if we're in a bearish market because
Yeah.
this game was pretty good. I think Uematsu is gone, right? I don't think he did the soundtrack for this one. I'm not sure.
He did half of it, I believe.
he was gone.
Or he's gone.
Was he fully gone for this one? Okay. Yeah.
I think you guys probably valued the MMO aspect more as that being like a positive, right? I think you guys thought that was like
Oh,
introducing that into
the
a
gamble
player.
system? If the
Yeah.
gamble system had been a part of 11 would have succeeded where every other
Right,
game
yeah.
failed. 100%. Yeah.
That's essentially what it has now. Is like
Like the gambit, yeah. Oh, I loved it. I loved being able to tell my guys what to do, how to program
Yeah.
them, like it. But at the same token, that's also one of the things that people don't like because it was not accessible to think like that, to be, a chess player, to understand combat, to really start min-maxing your abilities and like when they should be used and how they should be used. It just wasn't, and to do it real time, like that was extremely inaccessible to people. But coming from an MMO to 12, oh my god, it was incredible.
Yeah, that's it.
To have control over a whole party,
Yeah.
to not need 5 idiots trying to tell them how to do it over a
Micromanage.
mic. Yeah, oh my god, yeah. This was for
Yeah.
me. This is why this game is top of the tier for me. Like, I was just like, oh yes. Rating
so
by myself.
Yeah, I played 11, so I had experience with that. But it was still interesting in 12, like you said. That I think you guys had played more like the Baldur's Gates and things like that. The kind of like pausing and then doing something and like kind of like that
Yeah.
kind of
Your attack. Yeah.
tinkering everything like pre-fight, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the prepping.
And I remember not liking like the color palette of this game. I remember liking like I thought
I would
like
agree.
the brightness of 10 I liked with the color palette. It looked good, but the color palette I remember not sticking with me.
Yeah, they went with like deeper browns and earthy tones to try and bring it back into like a more reality-based area, and then they went away from the every character needs a Power Ranger color to identify themselves. So yeah, it made it less standoutish for certain people because each character wasn't just like, hey, look, she's purple and she has purple hair. Why? Well, I don't know. She uses lightning, so that makes sense. What about him? Well, I mean, he's wearing a red hat, so what does he do? Oh, he uses fire? Well, that makes sense. Okay, perfect. Problem
You could really
solved.
pick 'em out of a crowd.
Yeah. Every character just has really intricate, like, filigree on their clothing. It looks like hand-carved leather. Like, it's just a different feel. But, yeah, I get why some people didn't necessarily feel that, like, as they've come to expect in video games where color palettes are just blown out to just, like, hyper-maximize an instantaneous response.
Mm-hmm. So this one, I do want to play this one again. I know they did like a Zodiac job system where they kind of tinkered
Age of the
job
Zodiacs. Yeah.
something like that. So I don't have too much bad to say about it. It's pretty good. It's a B game. To me, it's a pretty good game. And then for 13, this was the beginning of where we are. Like,
Dun dun dun.
I think PS2 2006, very end of that console, right? And so then PS3 was coming out, and I remember still having a lot of hype for 13 because it was, here we go again, new console, like we're gonna up the game again, right?
Yeah.
Maybe it was like we had done our, for PS1 it was 7, 8, and 9. For PS2 it was 10 and 12 basically. You can count 11, I guess. But
Yeah, I would count 11.
So we got 3 on that console, 3 on this console. So here we go. It's like
We were supposed to get 13, 14, and 15 all on PS3.
I was just thinking like the console maybe itself would just refresh it. At this point I didn't think of it in ways of like. It wasn't until later I thought about the people working on the games and like how this person was gone, this person was still here.
Yeah.
That aspect. I had to get a little bit older to look at things like that. And just like that, nothing lasts forever. No matter how good it is, right?
Right. Yeah.
People come, people go, people change.
Yeah.
And the industry changes and stuff like that. So this one I pre-ordered too because I pre-ordered this at Game Crazy. This is the last game I picked up at Game Crazy right before it closed. The one in Santa Cruz.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember coming in and picking it up from. There was a woman that worked there that was a manager from the one in Lancaster. I can't remember her name.
After they had fired everyone and they were just cycling them through.
So yeah, she was still working there. I think Justin was gone, and like I don't know. It was like it was the tail end, and there was like nothing in the store, but they still had these pre-order copies of 13, and like it was like the store is closing, but they still had these pre-order copies, and I went in and picked it up, and
yeah, they had to fulfill the pre-orders because they promised them. Yeah.
Deuces.
Yeah. 100% deuces. Okay, so
I just this goes back to the linear aspect of 10 even more so.
Oh yeah.
Just like even more just like it was like they got the track designer for Gran Turismo and just like that's like that was
the entire game was unreal.
It's just like
go this way for progression.
I agree with I think there is more to this game, but you have to read it. It's not shown to you.
Mm-hmm.
There's like a lot of lore that you can read in the compendium or whatever they called it, encyclopedia, whatever it was in the game.
Yeah, it's never a part of the story.
If you search into it.
It's the chrysanthemum, right? I think is what it's called, or the chrysalis.
Yeah. Oh, is that what the name of it?
Yeah, I think that's what it's called. But the crystal retains memories where your characters don't. Is like basically how they described it.
Yeah.
And you basically read a wiki page to get any story that you really. It's basically like, here's a game. If you want story, read the freaking Wikipedia. Like, shut up.
So back up real quick on this. After 12, they remember they did something. I don't know if it was a press conference or whatever it was, and they said we're creating this new giant Final Fantasy Fabula Crystal Nova world, right? It's gonna be this huge thing, right?
Yeah.
Massive thing. It's gonna be 13. It's gonna be Final Fantasy Agito, which became Type 0, and they had all these, this huge like. They kind of. I give them, it's like they were kept pushing the envelope, right? They
they had a plan.
More
did.
and more, right? And this is just like they crumbled under this one. It just didn't happen. It was too much, too big, too epic.
They set the standard, or they set the expectation too high that this could never have succeeded.
They did like a Marvel timeline.
Yeah, that's basically Final Fantasy 13 is the DC universe of superhero movies.
Okay. What does that mean exactly?
Overpromise and underdeliver. So, right? Marvel took their time and spent 13 years to make the Avengers, and then the Avengers is this global phenomenon that every company wants. DC was like, oh well, we have a story that we can do this with. All right, let's do it. How long do you want this to take? We're gonna do it in 4 years. We're gonna make Superman. We're gonna make a Batman movie. The Batman movie's gonna suck, so we're gonna make a new one, and then that one's gonna suck, so then we need to make a new. And then it was just like, okay, now let's just make this character. Now we're gonna make a movie, and then we get Batman vs Superman. Then we get the Justice League, and it's just horrible. Every aspect of it is horrible. It's rushed storytelling and gameplay, and that's what 13 was. 13 was like, we're going to make this story that's going to lead to this massive universe where all these games are going to be connected in some way, and it's all going to be, you know, leading to a point, and then it was just like, let down. We got nothing in return.
Yeah, and so 13, 13.2, 13.3. I mean, I remember when that came when 13.3 was coming out. I was just like, nobody wants this. You know, it's like you could feel that. You know,
Exactly.
and
Take
it was
it-
just like
Take it back.
they had already decided like before 13 came out that they were gonna make a 13.3. Like that's how big this thing was. It was like,
Yeah.
and they kept thinking like, it's like Cloud was, I guess, became cool organically, but they tried to make Lightning the next Cloud. They tried to like force it upon people that this woman was cool.
Hmm.
Right. Yeah.
It just didn't work.
She was the
So-
first video game character to sign a modeling contract and do photo shoots.
I didn't know that. Okay.
You didn't know that? Holy shit, yeah.
Or, I don't
She-
remember that. Yeah.
She did 3 different modeling shoots where they actually paid her like as a real person and they marketed it like that. She
Wow.
was the first digital AI character to be used as a. Okay, I mean, I'm not. Continue, otherwise we're gonna be on this for a lot. Dude, the
Okay. I mean,
13 is. Hold on, let me get it. I literally made it for this in case we didn't like and we had extra time, but this is the start of this. Go ahead and look on. Go ahead and look on the stream.
Oh god.
I pulled the tinfoil hat out.
Yeah.
Continue. I don't know how I was gonna wear it with the headset, but it was gonna happen.
Yeah.
Okay, continue.
So that just sums up. That sums up 13 and 13
Yeah.
too. Just didn't hit with me. I tried too much. This is a point where they're getting too big.
Too big for the britches.
Hmm.
What's his name?
This is where Nomura got pulled onto 37 different
Yeah, I was
projects.
gonna say this is Nomura getting. Yeah, exactly. He's getting stretched in 1,000 different ways.
Yeah.
Which makes it seem like he's the wrong
'Cause-
person for this job, but I think
He's not,
the
yeah.
right person, but
Yeah.
he's just stretched out too thin. Yeah, so I agree on that.
Maybe he had all the faith in Kingdom Hearts basket. I don't know.
Hmm. I mean,
That
this
was
is.
all of his attention was focused. Maybe.
Well, that's all he was doing at the time because they didn't want him to headline a Final Fantasy game while Sakaguchi was still there.
All right, so 15, the downtrend is clear, right? This is not the same thing I grew up with. You know, buyer beware to some degree. You know, do your own research. You know, don't just go and pick this up, right? All the trends are there, right?
I
But-
think it's definitely the first time that there was any fan resentment in a way where they weren't just gonna flock to buy the game.
So with all that being said, you know, obviously it's like I should be selling this thing and not buying it, but some, you know, moving average, some indicator, Fibonacci tool, something told me to buy here, right?
Yeah,
In 2017, 16.
yeah.
So I buy the $350 collector's edition of this game, right?
Yeah, his history says new gen,
Yeah.
new.
Yeah.
Final Fantasy.
So I buy a collector's edition, and then I buy it normally too, because I wanted to have a sealed copy of it. I didn't want to open it, right? I
Yeah.
wanted to have a sealed edition.
Okay. So you double deuced it. You bought the collector's edition not to open, and then you bought a normal game to
Yeah.
break. Yeah. Wow.
And
Tim might have
Yeah.
done that too, actually.
My
Did you?
wife-
yeah, did you buy that Ultimate Edition with the Noctis statue? And the,
Uh-huh.
yeah, you did.
I was gonna say yeah. There you go. Apparently, there's 2. Suckers born every minute.
It's just so low on the list because of where we've come. This whole conversation of
Yeah.
what was, and not that like if this had just come out and it was just an action game called, you know, Noctis's. It wasn't Final Fantasy. It was just like Noctis's Dream or Journey or something, right? It's
Yeah.
a decent PS4 action game. You know,
Okay.
it's like
I had a big old thing planned where I was gonna bamboozle you guys, but luckily this was actually super engaging and we had some really good conversations. So I was gonna play you a trailer before we talked about each game to see if I can manipulate you into how a trailer has the ability to sell when
Okay.
right. But I'm gonna play this one for you. Okay. I was gonna lead into Final Fantasy 15, and then I was gonna play this.
Versus trailer, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I took my tinfoil hat off, but
Yeah. No, this is a great trailer for that too.
yeah. But I mean, so what we're watching here is the tech demo for the Final Fantasy 7 remake. That they disguised as Final Fantasy Versus to steal as much money out of investors as they could and then not deliver on a promise. But to the point, this is what 15 was supposed to be. I don't know at the end of the day what ended up happening, other than I can guarantee they had a discussion that 7 Remake would not sell as good if they had a game that was similar to it. But I mean, to this day, no one can convince me that the assets for this game were not utilized to make the 7 Remake or to sell the 7 Remake as a possibility. Because this is not what we got. This is not 15. These characters don't exist in any way, shape, or form. I mean, the model is there, but Noctis is not there. Like, the version of Noctis they tried to sell us doesn't exist. Right? I mean, there are literally points in this. I'm going to jump to them. Okay, so this right here, this is literally just Final Fantasy 7, like, in combat, right?
Midgar, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look at the UI. This is literally Final Fantasy 7 Remake, right? This is Midgar. You're running through the city, right? Like, when did this ever take place in 15? Like, none of this exists. Like,
It's been years since I watched this. Wow, yeah.
yeah. And this is why I wanted to ban. This was to say, like, when we were going to start talking about 15, and I had it on my list as the best game, because I was going to show you guys this trailer.
Okay.
Yeah, this is why I think it's the best game ever. These enemies don't exist in 15, right? Like, what the hell is going on? Like, where did this game go? It didn't just disappear. This was a fully formed and finished game. I mean, look it down here, right? You can actually see character models on the UI when they're fighting. Where did that go? That would have been incredible. That would have made 15 stand out. All right, let's keep going. Where the hell is this location in 15? Where are these trees? These trees do not exist in the game. Tim, this is an S-rate game for you. Tell me where this location is in the actual... Yeah. Oh, hey, it's up there. Okay, but tell me where these enemies, these bats that at night have neon glow to them.
Yeah, no,
Where is this tank?
no.
Okay, when do I get to get into a freaking tank and attack anybody else? Where is this game? This is what I want to know, okay? This was the promise we were made, and like I said, I am less upset about it now that I've played 7 and realized that they shifted these assets. I mean, oh my god, imagine how amazing 15 would have been if you experienced any of this.
Yeah.
And then what do I... Yeah, what do I get? I get 4 dudes circle jerking each other for 29 million hours on the same dirt road with nothing anywhere. Granted, I played it at launch, and with the 4 expansions I have heard, there's a lot of, like... I mean, she's actually in the game.
Right.
Right? But I'm just like, this character's not there. Your relationship with your father is not there. Like, oh my god. The promise of this is why 15 is the worst Final Fantasy game to exist. Because even if all they did was take everything that was Final Fantasy VII related out of the game and just make the story and the world slightly different, I would have been okay with it.
Well, see what it said right there? This is actually...
Yeah.
I forgot to mention...
Still lies asleep. You're right. This is a sleeping... everything is asleep.
But when they did that big Final Fantasy World thing, this was the other one. It was 13 Agito, 13 verses, and
Yeah.
13. So this was
Yeah.
13 before it was 15.
Right, yeah.
Then it became 15, and then it became the 7 remake. So it went through 3 phases.
Yeah, it went through so many phases, right? And then this was the literal last trailer they had, where this was the game coming out before it officially got canceled. So you can already tell the assets have changed. Everything's darker. The mood has changed. Noctis has changed as a character, right? This was the trailer that we pre-ordered off of. Look at his clothes. Look how incredible those are. His face is different. Like, the feel is different. He's got this magic going on. He's got sword. Like, just everything about this. It's just like, wow. This and feel. This incredible. This is Final Fantasy, right? I'm up for this. Give me the $300 collector's edition of this game. Right? He's killing people. There's consequence. He's dark. He's broody. Like, there's so much going on that's being told here. The music, the score. Where's this music? This music doesn't exist in Final Fantasy 15.
Yeah, 15 is, to sum it up for me, is like, I wanted to believe that it could come back to what it was, you know. It was like, I was hoping beyond hope. That
Yeah.
The old way was coming back, or, you know, and now looking back, I have no reason to think that. There was no, I mean, I guess these trailers, is what
Right.
you're saying,
And
was
yeah.
tricking me to some degree, but
Yeah, but look at this. That was for PlayStation 3 and it looked that good.
yeah.
I played this game on the next gen and it looks so bad.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, that's a good point, yeah. Yeah, what year was that, the trailer?
Oh, I didn't look. I closed it already. I believe it was,
What, 8, 9?
I think it was 9 years ago.
Man. Yeah, it was... That's why 15's the D... Yeah, I mean, that was a good job of explaining it, too. But just for
Yeah.
me, it... Like I said, it's like me going... Like, a band I like is Kiss, right?
Yeah.
It's like going to a Kiss concert, showing up there, they're out of tune, out of shape. They have, like, one single off this album that's okay, because 15 is a game, you know, it's
Yeah.
like it came out. There's, like, one okay song, but it's just not what it was. It was like, it's not what it was, and it's never coming back. That's, like,
Mhm.
what happened, you know? It's like,
Yeah, and then this is what we get. Okay, the reason I picked this trailer specifically as well, there is literally like 30 seconds of footage that does not happen in Final Fantasy 15. This scene in particular. This scene right here with Titan or Leviathan. This scene right here. So where did all of this go? I mean, this is... The UI is kind of the same. That scene does happen. I'm just like...
but see how, like, there's an environment you're playing around, but
Yeah.
there's nothing there. There's
Exactly.
nothing anywhere you... the town... At least from what I remember, because I played...
Yeah. Okay,
not as-
I don't remember. I want to ask you, did this scene happen? Because I swear to God, I do not remember ever running on top of a train during airships coming down and fighting you. And you're like protecting the train. It's got a health bar. And then there's a town over here with water. Where is this town? Where is this location? Huh?
That's when Prompto falls off. And you get separated from him.
Is this in the game? And I just don't remember it? And you're doing these things?
I don't know if you're landing on the actual airship. I know they're falling on the airship to those robot things.
Yeah, I don't remember ever doing a fight on top of the train. I remember being in the train when you're headed to the other city, but I don't remember getting on top of it and having a fight. I mean, this car doesn't exist. Yeah.
Breaking into the airships and shit.
Yeah,
Like-
yeah, that now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just like... And then, God, come on, we're bringing in the ghost music here. I mean, this might actually be how it looked when I was playing on an Xbox One. How bad this video looks because it's in like terrible quality. Oh God, Cindy. Okay, so like right here when I was playing on an Xbox One, I don't know if I ever got to show you, Tim. This entire window was so
I
digitized.
remember that.
You
Franco's
couldn't.
hair looked like shit. The
Yeah.
grass looked like shit.
You couldn't even see anyone in it. It looked so incredibly bad.
I remember being at your house.
Yes.
You did that like circle like that.
Yeah.
In the car, and you were like, "Man, I'm just like I'm gonna get through this game, but like this
Yeah.
is ridiculous."
I was just so disappointed with it. I mean, this is all of Final Fantasy. This scene right here. It's just like there's world there, but there was nothing ever in it. It just to me, it was just empty space. There would be like one scorpion right here, like a weird pig thing over here, maybe a like I just
Yeah.
I mean, I remember that scene, but I just like
That's what I mean. Like this is the company that made 7. This is the company that made 6.
Right.
This is the company that made it, and then it pushed this out, and it's just not good enough. You know, there's a certain expectation. And from what I've heard, 16 is better than this. So it's like
I
you
hope
know,
it
we're
is,
we're-
but
we're
I
like,
just
we're
I can't get into it, and it might be because I got so burned by this, and there's parts of 16 that one remind me of this, but also I really don't want to play 16 because if I get to those scenes that are all missing from 13 verses and they're just now 16, I'm gonna be so pissed off. I have such confirmation bias that I really believe that in 16, all of that footage and all those scenes are going to be in that game that I don't like. I'm afraid to play it because if I get to them, it's just gonna trigger me so bad.
That's a good point. This is the first time the Square Enix shown so much of something and then like not used it, right? That I can remember.
I mean, whole cities. You literally go to her hometown at what is it called? Is it Galandara, Galadia, or Garadia, or whatever her town is? You go to it. You walk up to the fucking city and you look at it, and then the game goes, "Now turn around and walk away." And I'm like, "What?"
Well, remember the chapter, whatever, the corridor, the endless corridor? Where you
Chapter
just keep
13.
going?
Yes, I remember. Yes, chapter 13, where you spend literally 2.5 hours running through the same hallway 37 times. Yes, I remember that chapter. That subsequently they have removed, from what I understand.
Yeah, you're right. No, they changed it. They added to it.
But, and listen, I will be 100% fair. I think Final Fantasy VII Remake is one of the best Final Fantasies they've ever made. I think the second game, depending on if what I believe to be true happens, will be incredibly impactful, and I think will just round out the ability. But I was hypercritical of it. I literally called Tim at 2:30 in the morning when I got to chapter 11, or it might have been chapter 13 again, and the background is literally a static image while you're going up the tower.
Yeah,
and it looked
PS4 version, right?
Yeah, and it looked so terrible, and it was just like it was again another chapter where I'm just running down a hallway fighting guys, and it was so half-baked, and it was just like the entire game felt so good and so real and just so thought out, and I'm just like, you go to an area where you can just tell they phoned it in, and you're just like, ugh, all right, this is whatever. But I mean, everything else made up for it, so I'm like, I forget about it. But everything in 15 has that feeling. From the start to the end of 15, I had that feeling of it's phoned in. There's assets missing, there's game missing, there's mechanics missing, there's story missing, and every step I take gets me to another point that angers me more.
Well, here we are, right? 2024, right?
Yeah.
So, that came out in 2016, right?
Did
Final
it?
Fantasy 15.
Oh God, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Right.
And so, I want to go back to what I said from, 90, like I said, 91 to 2001, what happened, and it's not all Square's doing. There's a lot of things that changed, with the video game industry and graphics and stuff like that. But even if you just take the games themselves, the innovations they have in them, the storytelling, the polish, the adding something. I don't know. It's harder to add new as you know pick the low hanging fruit. It gets harder. I get it, right? You know,
Mm-hmm.
the art has been around longer, but in 2026 will be 10 years from 15, and what will we have to see from this company? You know, specifically with Final Fantasy, you know, it's not impressive. You know, unless Rebirth is really good, which I think it will be actually, but
I think it will be good, and like that, we're gonna do a video about that because there's just too much to go into. But it's only going to be good, and I'm gonna use this because we talked about it. If they don't fold from the pressure, they've received a tremendous amount of pressure from people that have complained that they changed it or that it's like they want it to be more faithful, and I think that's wrong. I think that's the wrong way to approach it. I want them to go in there with a freaking whisk and scramble those eggs and take that delicious egg omelet and just make it into its own thing. I think they have the ability to tell a story and to craft an ability that if they do it unrestrained, they will succeed. Yes, they're gonna piss people off, but I don't cares. It's gonna be a small
Look, when
small
you pull
portion.
when you pull the rug on people, they tend to not forgive you, right?
Yeah, and 15 is a rug pulling, but
15 is a rug pull, but 7 remake is a rug pull. It's not.
is
a
it?
remake.
It is. They
No.
are remaking the story. They are
But see, no,
they're retelling the story.
how the video game industry views that terminology is not like that.
Listen.
And you know that. You know that.
This isn't our base. All your base are belong to us. This was just a translation error. No.
That was a rug pull. Yes, to me,
You
my opinion, but
really? You
yeah.
you thought this was just going to be a 100% faithful adaptation of like we're just going to retell the same exact story just in high fidelity 3D models. I mean, they
No,
literally said they were going to change it. I guess what.
You're responsible to have the front cover of something say the 7 remake. You turn it on and you play it and you only get to Midgar. You're like, wait a minute, I played this game in '97. I think there's a little bit more to it than just the first town.
It's a different conversation. It's part 1.
It doesn't say part 1. That's I've been told all my friends. It said it should have been in bold letters. Final
Part
Fantasy
1.
7,
Okay.
Part 1. No, it's
Fine.
a remake.
Okay.
The rug pull.
Okay. In that aspect, it is.
You know, as far as remake, yeah, you can remake it in a different way. That you got some leverage on that conversation. You know,
Yeah.
most of the times when we see remakes, it's been use the term 1-to-1. It's been maybe not exactly, but it's been close. But there's a reason the next one's called Rebirth. They can't call it remake part 2 because it's
Right,
not.
yeah. It's not. Well, and I think they had to
That's why
test
it's a
the
rug pull.
waters.
They
Yeah.
had to give up the word. That's
Yeah.
why it's a rug pull, not remake part 2.
I think it sounds better to rebrand it as Rebirth, though, because it's the rebirth of a new...
Well, it
year.
is now.
Yeah.
Now it is. Now they're being real. They're being upfront, and I'm okay with that.
Okay. Yeah, but I mean, 15 is just... Oh my god, we could literally make a video of how much I hate this game and how much evidence I have to prove like that. I'm not just making this stuff up. There is just hours of footage of game that exists where I'm sure there's somebody out there that just pieced it all together and could probably tell a better, more cohesive, more thoughtful, impactful, and emotional story than that piece of shit Final Fantasy 15 at launch.
Oh, we'll ask Tim. Like now that we've gone through this, how come you didn't hold the obviously it's your opinion, but you didn't seem to hold the pedigree of the past to 15 because it just doesn't hit that mark. But you ranked it an A.
He told us because he waited. Had I waited and I played 15 after all 4 expansions came out.
No, he did. Yeah, I didn't play any of the DLC. I played the original version of it too. To be fair.
So yeah, maybe we need a 15 Kings version where it, or is it Royal Edition? Yeah, the one where it adds everything, and then they added all that missing content that they said wasn't missing, but is somehow. And I mean, and I didn't even touch on the fact that 15 added its own online payable service with money grubbing for, I forgot what they called it, but the one where you could play online and you could do, and they just added a bunch of like materialistic items that you can buy and deal. Oh my god, it's just come on.
They tried to do another like big world for it. They had that that like pinball machine thing, the the heroes thing, and then they had the multiplayer mode. I don't know if you guys
Yeah,
played that.
yeah. But they monetized it because you were buying costumes and you were buying like ramen packs and stupid shit, and it's just like ugh.
Movie. But
Which was better than 15. Listening to Jesse talk about his dad or protecting Noctis's dad is way better.
yeah.
I mean, watching Breaking Bad was amazing, but yeah, like the fall off for me never happened until 15. 13 was bad. I have we'll do a whole
But
thing about that because
but you
13
never-
was the start of the marketing.
You can never recognize the downtrend until later on. You can't recognize it right away.
To me, 15 was rock bottom.
I think you're right because we had a little bump up with 16. It seems.
Yeah, but the question is, I mean, will we get a 17? We don't know. Hopefully we will, right?
Yeah, we will. Yeah, we
Yeah.
will.
Well, I mean, a lot of that they tried to get Yoshi P because Yoshi P went into 16 and they saw how he revived 14. So I think
That's
they're
yeah.
hoping-
He's the new Nomura, I guess, maybe.
Right. Yeah.
Well, and that's the thing is, I don't think Yoshi's I don't think he's the guy. I
Okay.
think what he did with 14 is incredible, but what he did in 14 wasn't tell a story on its own. He took a bunch of existing stories and cherry picked the best aspects of them to cultivate enough nostalgia to cover the massive gunshot
Yeah.
wound that Final Fantasy 14 was. And that is in no way an insult to
pretty rough.
him.
No, that sounds like an insult.
No,
That's-
what he did was a masterpiece. Up
Yeah.
until, what was it? Endworld. Endworld was the first time he told his own story, and from what I hear, because I haven't played it, it was masterful. It was incredible, and the fact that he pulled it off in an MMO makes it that much more a testament to his ability.
Well, that's why I think Dawn Trail is going to be so important or so interesting because Walker is essentially the end of the 14 storyline.
Right, it's the last
That was part of it,
expansion.
yeah.
They're gonna
So-
start shutting down service or like shutting servers down and compartmentalizing.
It's gonna grow, but the story that they told from A Realm Reborn is essentially done. So now everything beyond this point is brand new. Like
Oh, is that what how they? Okay, then
Yeah,
I
so
must have
that's-
misunderstood that. I thought they said they were done with it. They're just
No,
done
so
with the
that's-
Realm Reborn story. Okay.
A new realm.
right.
Yeah.
So that's why I think Dawn Trail is going to be so important. Where
Yeah.
if 16 is revered as so bad, that by extension Dawn Trail should theoretically bomb because he's heading that story. So it's like if he's the story's taken a brand new turn.
Yeah.
Oh, I get it. Okay.
It's
Yeah.
going to be
Yeah.
a big point of contention for it's like is Dawn Trail really going to be a good continuation of 14 or is that going to start doing a downward spiral?
That's
That'd
gonna be interesting to see.
Yeah. No, see that. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That'll be interesting to watch. Yeah. Is it,
Well, he also has the benefit of he's insulated from the worst aspects of Square right now when it comes to marketing and monetization. He exists in a bubble where his success saved them such dishonor and just ridicule
Right.
that they allow him to operate without any kind of I would say any oversight beyond like he has to kind of answer to them. But honestly, he could have said anything and he would have been able to get away with it. When he went to 16, and this is why I feel like he's not the guy. The influences I saw that company have on the end product for 16 tell me that when it comes to a game that they're going to heavily market, that they're going to heavily monetize, ultimately he won't stand up to them to make the game his vision. He will always kowtow to what they're saying. And I think that's why I cannot connect with 16, because there's aspects of it that I see his brilliance, and then there's aspects where I'm like, okay, this is just pure Square Enix bullshit again. This is just them making something marketable. This is just them trying to create toy lines. This is them trying to, you know, build into, like, at, I would say it started with probably realistically at 10, because 10 was the first time they marketed the game in a way that it wasn't about the game, it was about what was inside of it or what they could sell with it. And that's the start of Sakaguchi being like, listen, we can't make games like this. It doesn't.
I said before, yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't allow us to tell a good story if we're making changes because you think it's gonna make it less profitable. It's why with 12 they added 2 shitty characters that almost ruined the game, and they changed the entire last quarter of the game because Sakaguchi left the company because he couldn't stand what they were doing to his product. Right?
Well, let's try this real quick. Like, they don't know how to hit home runs, and they still are trying to hit. They were trying to hit home runs.
They do.
But now they're trying to. If you look at 16 as like, oh, they hit a single. You got to relearn how to hit the home run. They got to relearn how to.
They need the fundamentals and the mechanics.
You know, and so I think
they're too
that's
busy
why
celebrating.
is maybe a success. I haven't played it, but from what I've heard, 16 is a. Okay, we kind of, this 16 is like the new Final Fantasy 1, where they have something and then hopefully they build upon this and relearn how to make something truly great again.
Yeah. I mean, that's a good potential, but for the main series. And that's where I think 7 is, again, the reason 7 Remake succeeded is because Nomura was given a ton of money, a ton of time, to create something that they knew that they had to keep their hands out of because they're idiots. And if they had ruined... How do I know what?
I'm not judging it until all 3 parts are out.
Oh yeah, no. That's what I'm saying. He's at such a critical... This game is such a make or break moment. The first game was incredible. I enjoyed it. Oh, the first game was a massive success. The entirety of all 3 games combined, and if it turns into 4, that'll be a different conversation that most likely has to do with the company big dicking the conversation and saying we need to make as much out of this as we possibly can, right?
You think it could be 4? Maybe.
Oh, 100%. Depending on the direction he takes, and the direction I hope he takes, he could easily make it 4 games. Will that be conducive to a good story? I don't know yet, because it depends on how far off the rails he wants to take it and how much he really wants to include, so-called meta story and retconned in information, from outside sources. Time will tell. If they turn the projected plot line into 4 stories or into 4 games, that's 100% publisher manipulation, and it's going to destroy the game. It'll degrade the quality incredibly. It's going to mean that we're going to have insane amounts of just filler bullshit story that don't have any consequence or importance, and they could easily do it, right? Because we still don't know how far. What's up?
You've already degraded 7.
I don't think they've degraded it. I think if you're looking at the reality of how the game has to be told.
No, I'm talking about the first soldier. Terrible.
Oh.
I'm sure you didn't play it.
Yeah.
Never Crisis. All this stuff. It's like, get out of here.
Yeah, no. Okay, in that aspect, yeah, but that's that's Square sticking their fingers into the game, That's why Sakaguchi left, right? And so where Yoshi succeeded with 14 was such an incredible dumpster fire that they were like, do whatever you have to do to save us the ridicule of this game ever existing the way it did. 15, I think, even though some people think it was critically successful because of how well it sold, it only sold that well because a week after the freaking game came out, they lowered it to like $20. Okay? Like, I think it's the fastest Final Fantasy to go price drop and sell. Like, dude, there's a ton of things to go into why this game
so fast it became a greatest hits for $20.
Right, yeah. Well, and then they came out with multiple versions of it, and then they did multiple things. But anyways, I think the reality is everyone inside of that company, they're not stupid. I mean,
No,
they
they're
make
they're fine right now.
yeah, they made stupid decisions, and 15, I think, on a fan level, some people do like it, but I think the majority of the people see it for what it really was. And they gave Nomura the same exact deal they gave Yoshi. Make this game how you want to make it. Here's all the money. Here's all the resources you need. We're not going to tamper with it. And we got a home run. That being said, the next person up to bat, how much is the coach going to be calling the type of swing he's taking, right? Are they going to tell him to bunt it so that they can squeeze out another 2 games? Are they going to tell him to swing for the fences? Are they going to tell him he needs to get on second so that we can steal home? Like, there's so many things that they can do with this second game to manipulate a specific outcome, which is what happened with 13. It's what happened with 12. It's what happened with the original 14. It's what happened with 15, right? They were looking 5 years down the road. We're going to make this incredible story. It's going to go across 28 freaking games. We've already named them. We've already sold them. We've already signed contracts. You want to know why Final Fantasy 13 got 3 games? Because they signed a contract with the guy who directed them and told him, we will give you 3 games, and they couldn't get out of that contract. And the reason they couldn't get out of it is because they marketed the game to Dolce & Gabbana, to all of these companies, and told them, we are going to give you 3 Final Fantasy games for you to just market the hell out of them. And they cannot break contract with the entire world as much as they wanted to. So we got 3 progressively worse games that the only point was so that they could market a single character.
These will get progressively better. I'm pretty positive on that.
Oh, I hope it's going to be the opposite direction. 3 games getting better upon themselves. But
I really think so.
That's if Square Enix doesn't go in there and say, well, you know what? Let's end this here so that we can turn this into another game. Well, 1, 2, and 3 were super successful. You could make a conclusion at the end of 3, or a portal can open up and a new character comes out and we get an entirely new game. Wait, what? What the fuck?
Yeah, no, you're right.
No. Wait, where did Shadow Cloud come from? Wait. Why is there a Alpha Sephiroth? Like, what in the fuck just happened? Oh, well, you get a whole new game. Be happy. You're gonna go to the Alter Midgar, where it's in a different universe and everything's different, and it feels like it's Alice in Wonderland.
There is a young Sephiroth in Ever Crisis. It's new story that's never been in any other
Correct.
iteration of Final Fantasy. So I think they're already building up a young Sephiroth game.
That's possible, and I wouldn't be opposed to that. Sephiroth deserves more story. Sephiroth is an incredible...
Come on.
No, he's an incredible character that and we'll get into this when we do our video about about 7, just because I've already told both of you who I think the real villain of the game is, and it's not Sephiroth, and I think it's because the game got rushed. The end of 7 didn't get the true development it should have because they had to put it out and everything else. I mean, it's a company; they have to meet standards for stockholders. They have to I'm not opposed to that. Like that, that's how we even get these games, right? It's because there's somebody out there who's an asshole who's gonna go, you know what? Stop making this game because we got to put it out. Sorry, but that's just the reality of it. And that guy has to exist, and he does, and I think it's Kui for a long time for Square Enix. But that guy had to exist, and you know what? Hats off to him for being the bad guy. That sucks. That sucks to be that dude who your whole company hates because you potentially ruined, what they believe to have been a perfect game. But that being said, he's the dude who's in the freaking trenches with all these companies making these deals to get extra money, to get them the time that this guy is a necessary evil in the video game industry. Publishers are a necessary evil. We're never going to get rid of them. our stories are always going to be affected by them, but there are small moments in time where producers or directors get the opportunity to tell their story, and most of the time when we have that opportunity, it's an incredible outcome.
I just want to add to that Final Fantasy 8 and 9 came out. Their development cycle was probably 3 years, right? 2 or 3 years.
Yeah,
We'll say.
mean, essentially they came out almost within. I think it's within the same business year. If we went to financial times, they were literally the next year when it came
7
out.
Remake was announced in 2015, and I believe we'll get the last part in 27, 28.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But
Is that worth the wait? We'll
it
see.
is. You have to remember, they didn't develop the first 7 remake. They already developed it when they made Final Fantasy versus 13, right? The second game took so long because they were like, oh shit, we actually have to program this game? Damn it. We don't have any stolen assets? Holy crap.
That's the thing. These games keep getting bigger and bigger, and the budget just keeps growing, and more bodies. And
Yeah, it's 2 different types of experiences. I used to be hypercritical of because I used to be very pro just the experiences in my past were okay, I remember the summer playing Final Fantasy 7. It was that 1 year. I remember 1997.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember the decade, right? But now
Yeah.
it's now we think of it as it's a decade-long experience. And I used to be very negative to the idea of having not I wanted the remake to be a singular experience that us 3 would talk about when it came out. Oh shit, in 2024 it came out. That was a special year. It took me back to 97. But now it's this
It's investment,
very prolonged investment, and I'm gonna leave it up to, I don't know how I'll feel, but I'm curious how I will feel when it's done.
it's worth the wait and the journey.
I mean, and the first game has made me believe that again, as to where 13, 13.2, 13.3, the original release of 14 and 15 made me believe that we weren't going to get a game that could be as good or invoke the feelings I had in 7 again. Or in the Final Fantasy series, for that matter. And that's a feeling that we haven't had since Sakaguchi left the company, in my opinion. Because the reality is he was the emotional core of that company. Yeah.
The driver, yeah.
Yeah, and then when he left, Nomura went with him. I mean, music is quite possibly one of the most powerful mediums on the planet to invoke emotion, to create just feeling, right? And it transcends not just humanity. Animals feel it while listening to music. That's powerful. And then to have somebody that's a master at crafting emotion leave, and then you just hand it off to a dude who makes pop music, and that's not a knock to him because that's what he does well, but it definitely has a different thought and a feeling than going from one to the next.
Yeah, but
how much longer is he going to be able to do that?
Yeah, I was gonna say a human only has so much emotional energy to outpour, and it becomes less and less critical that it becomes less a criticism that he's not there. Because he's getting so old now that it's just
right. Yeah.
Right.
How much longer will he be able to physically,
And then if we want to be critical, right? Look at what Sakaguchi has done since leaving Square Enix, right? He has one game that is not hot garbage or not a cash in.
But you really liked it, Lost Odyssey, right?
Yeah, that's the one. That's literally the one game.
You said it was really good.
Yeah, no, Lost Odyssey is the game. It's, to me, Lost Odyssey is in the S tier of this list right here. If I had to put it on here, it's in there with Final Fantasy 9 and 12 for me, right? Wow. And honestly, I really should have put 6 up in the S. Yeah, I'm gonna fix it. I'm putting 6 up here. It should be here, and that's how good Lost Odyssey was, because it was everything Final Fantasy 12 should have been. It was everything that 13 13 should have been. It was emotional. It was depth. It had character development. It had world development. It had just ambiance.
Remaster. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it definitely does. It definitely needs to be brought because first of all, the fact that it only came out on Xbox is such a fucking crime because it automatically just did not reach every RPG player on the planet.
Well, 90% of Japan.
Yeah. Right. And so like that's just. And I think it set him up for failure because he thought the game wasn't a success the way it really should have been. And that was no fault. And then, he was like, okay, what did I do wrong? Let me reassess. Okay, I've had this great relationship with Nintendo. What am I going to do? Let's make an RPG for Nintendo. Okay, I'm making a game on the Wii. The Wii is the fucking worst console on the planet. It's 10 decades old. I can't make the game I want, and then this is how bad that Wii game he released was. I can't even tell you the freaking name of it.
Did you play Blue Dragon, Lost Odyssey, and then The Lost Story?
Oh yeah, he did Blue. I totally forgot about Blue Dragon. Blue Dragon was good, but Blue Dragon was good because he got what's his name, from
Toriyama?
Yeah, he got Toriyama from Dragon Ball Z. So it was already ingrained. It was a great game. It played well, but it was Dragon Ball Z, right? Even though it wasn't, it was Dragon Ball Z, and that's why I loved it because I got to play as Goku, and I forgot about that. Yeah, okay. Lost Story was garbage.
Yeah, Last Story, I think, or Lost.
Whatever it is. Okay, so he had two good games because Blue Dragon was incredible. I just completely blanked on that. So Blue Dragon and Lost Odyssey, and both of those sold like crap.
Yeah, they did.
And I mean, you want to know how much I loved Blue Dragon? I bought the Blue Dragon Xbox. Remember?
I don't.
Yeah, I bought the package when it came out. It was one of the Xbox 360s I bought. I bought the one that came with that, and then I bought the I upgraded it for the Resident Evil one when it came out.
Okay.
with Resident Evil 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, so it's not like it has to be him. The issue is the reason Sakaguchi left the company is because they were meddling too much in his games, and it was affecting his ability to tell a story. It was causing too much stress and drama, and they wanted a timeline that was untenable to him. He created Nomura, and he taught him everything he knew, and pretty much was an incredible apprentice. And it was proved through Kingdom Hearts. It was proved through every title he touched up until he took over. The difference is Nomura, to this point, has not been able to tell his story the way he should because he's had them up his ass because they thought they could control him better than they could control Sakaguchi, which caused the entire rife. This, I feel like, this is why 7 Remake to me is as good as it is because he finally got to tell a story he loved without any influence from anyone else, without any oversight from this company telling him he has to make these choices to make a game more palatable, to make it more accessible to a Western. All of that was gone. The mission was, you were a part of Final Fantasy VII. You know what it means. You know what it meant to Sakaguchi. You are the person for this job. Do your job. Make this game as great as you can. And he's now in that vein where he can do it, and that's where this game is so important because this is the first opportunity he's had to show us who Nomura Uematsu is as a game developer and as a producer, everything. Granted, obviously he didn't personally craft every one of these characters, but he was a part of that process.
So let's sum up the list. So I will say that my biggest surprise from Adam's list is that 8 is a C. I'm still surprised about that.
and that it's worse than 16.
And then I'm looking at this list and if you played 10-2 and you played 8, I don't know how you could see them this close to each other. If we played them back to back.
Reality-wise, it's probably more like this. Because all of these are there, and they're...
There we go.
Yeah,
That's good. I told you I was going to get it to the V.
You're just guilting me into making it a B.
And then for Tim's list, biggest surprise was that I know you liked 15. I didn't know it was going to be an A. That was my big
That's
surprise.
yours. Where's
Yeah.
did I close Tim's list? I didn't. Let's pull Tim's list real quick. There it is.
No, I mean, I know I got a lot of the gripes from Adam, and I wanted to kind of like experience it to its full, potential. So I
will
See,
say that you
yeah.
played the full
No.
game, and me and
I
Adam,
suffered
yeah.
for Square sins, okay? And then Tim got to reap the benefits of being baptized in the holy waters
Right. Yeah.
of finished product.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. The end of that game just hit with me.
How did
Like,
did they change the ending? Because when that game ended, I was literally just like, what the hell? Who cares? Like, I mean, you go into the future. One of the characters is blind. Is it Galdis? Is Ignis that goes blind? Okay, yeah. One guy goes blind. The other guy is just like whatever. And I'm just like, everyone's 9 million years old. Like, suddenly, like after you go into a crystal for the character, there's no progression of this. Like, you just magically, oh my god! And then you go fight the last boss, and then what happens? I don't even remember.
Yeah,
You
They
fight
fight
that
Ifrit.
red hair guy, dude, right? You fight Ifrit, yeah. I just
Yeah.
remember the story being like, what the hell? Who gives a shit? Like,
No, let Tim explain it. Let him
yeah.
see.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you fight. Well, the Ignis out of all the characters is who I really feel for the most. Because like, you do his DLC and you realize how he. goes
Ignis is the one where he's got a wife, right? Or is that
No.
the other one? Is that
No,
that's the big
Ignis
burly
is
guy?
Ignis is like Noctis's like right hand, basically. Like
The guy with glasses is Ignis, right? Or is that
Yeah,
Prompto?
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
No, Prompto's blonde hair.
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
Prompto's like his childhood friend
Okay.
that and then same Ignis and Gladio are kind of like the left and right hand of like the
I remember he goes blind in a bullshit way. Like he gets story hit for the blindness.
essentially
Yeah.
yeah
DLC, I guess, explains a bit.
He
what
takes he takes the plot bullet to progress the
Right.
story.
yeah yeah he goes blind kind of protecting Noctis.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of my friends said that episode Arden did a really good job of helping the
Right.
game story.
Right. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's his name, Arden, the not
Arden,
protagonist.
the bad
Yeah.
guy. Right.
Okay.
Yeah, because you kind of feel for Art too, where he's kind of like he's not like a villain in like the literal sense, where he's just kind of like a product of the how can I explain it? Or like because a lot of his backstory is very impactful too,
Okay.
and he's part of like of like the parts before what transpired with Noctis's father and stuff like that, and how he's kind of wronged by Noctis's parents, and now he has to deal with kind of like this next of kin.
Oh, okay. Well, right here, there's new cutscenes in the Royal Edition. So
Right.
there's probably cutscenes I never saw that probably flesh out what is most likely. I mean, she's freaking crying. That's 16. Okay, maybe, maybe for 16. I'm like, there's no way. No one was crying at the end of 15.
And then
Did you
yeah,
watch the
just-
movie? You guys watch Kingsglaive?
yeah,
I did. Kingslave was good, but it had no bearings on the story.
It doesn't, you're right, but I
Yeah.
enjoyed it. Yeah.
And then there's like a 5-episode Netflix prequel thing that kind of goes into each
Mhm.
character's kind of
Oh
backstory
shit.
of like
I
the
didn't see that.
relationship with Noctis, like before any of the game. Yeah, so I tried to get as much like backstory as I could.
Yeah.
But as far like I agree, as far as like a game like just picking up and playing and out of the gate, I get it's like it doesn't pull,
Mhm.
It was an early access game, but it
Right.
wasn't sold as that.
No, that's a perfect way to explain it. It was the start of the Square Enix early access games.
Yeah, see like this cutscene like I got choked up because it's just like this like both. Another thing too is the American dub doesn't really do it justice. You have to kind of play it in subtitles
Yeah.
Okay.
because you just get that emotion from the Japanese voice actors.
I thought you said he dies or he sacrifices himself. I see
Well,
this.
this is like their last kind of like
This is before you go fight Arden, right?
yeah. So it's like this is the last time they're gonna be kind of together. So he's just kind of like reflecting on like his
Yeah.
duty as the king of
I mean, it's a perfect example of certain small things have a huge impact to have the ability to ruin. And Chapter 13, playing it on Xbox One, because I will admit, not playing it on a system that didn't make it look like hot shit had a huge impact on me because I was annoyed with it at all times because I'm like, it looks so bad. My only thought was this should not have come out. And I think a lot of people have experienced that with games, and that's again that's a production, it's a production conversation, right? Where they're just like, well, we need to market this to as many people, we need to sell it to as many people.
Yeah. And that's the thing is like he doesn't want to be in that position, like he doesn't want to be a king, and then he finally like through the whole game, he's being this rebellious like shithead, and I get it's like you can't really relate to him because he's not that like.
But he's not.
stereotypical good
He's
guy.
he's got no emotion through the whole game.
I know.
I just remember that. Like, it just like it's so flat from start to finish. I think that's my biggest thing. Is like,
Well, that's the thing. He's like just a rebellious shithead that like doesn't want to be.
He's like apathetic.
Yeah. But then he comes full circle and like gets to that point where like he finally recognizes that all those that the three other people are just trying to help him and make him a better person.
Well, and then like Luna's entire storyline is pointless and just such a token. Like, why did he need a love interest?
Well, that's based off like old like Victorian this side has their heir or their prince or princess that
Right, which could have been a
side.
huge part of it, but I mean, ultimately, it would have been way more impactful if, and this is just me being me, if the reason he was never interested in her is he was gay, but he had to marry her because he couldn't, exist in that world as he is, which would have added more complexity, would have made it more accessible and attainable to the world today. And instead, he just like, for no reason, he has no interest in this girl who, from his childhood, he almost dies protecting. He's got all this involvement with her. Like, there's so many things that should have just made his interactions with her more important. And then they just
back and forth to each other.
right, yeah. And then it's just like he's just like, yeah, who are you? Oh yeah, whatever. Oh, you died. Oh, I don't care. Like, I don't, dude. I just.
He doesn't really get a chance to talk to her because like kind of shit hits the fan as soon as he arrives for the wedding. So it's like, and then she sacrifices herself, and he is like, what the hell is going on? Like everything's going so fast.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why there's the DLC kind of fleshes that out.
Yeah, I mean, they must have added stuff with the DLC.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, that's fine. But again, how are you going to release a AAA title
That's what
of
I'm
this
saying.
magnitude, as poorly as it was, as bad as it was, missing so much as it was? I mean,
And that release
13.
date was delayed. It wasn't.
Oh yeah,
got delayed.
years.
It got delayed to 2016. That wasn't the original release date.
It was supposed to release in what, 2013 or 2014? Like, it was heavily delayed. So to be that heavily delayed, and then still be missing 90% of the game, I was just like, this is.
Right.
There's
Yeah, no, I
something
get
else
it.
going on here.
Yeah. No, I get it. Like playing it in its rushed form. Yeah. No, I get it. It's just a mess.
And then that's why I was like, when you put it up here, like, I'm just like, whoa, that's incredible that you had such a different experience with the game. But that's the whole point of, Did I close yours again? I must have. Oh well.
Yeah, it's not there.
But I mean, like, that's why I thought this would be extremely intriguing to have three drastically different, viewpoints on a wide variety of games that all have different arcing stories, different characters that have different complexities, because it's interesting when we're picking out certain aspects in each games what's more impactful for you than me. You know,
Yeah.
as much as I love Final Fantasy VII, I didn't cry when Aerith died. I was sad.
Right. Yeah.
I freaking cried. I mean, I was bawling in Final Fantasy IX when Vivi's watching all the black mages get destroyed and they're falling out of the sky. There's no voice acting. There's no sound outside of the sound, like the back soundtrack. Like, and it's just like the most horrifying scene to see him watching the only people he's ever met that look like him and realizing that they're just puppets meant to die. Like, it's like, it was incredible watching that scene.
And
I'm
that
just
harkens back to Nobu's,
right,
ability
yeah.
to instill emotion out of just a song or music.
And that's why, for me, 8 was such a miss, because I never had a moment like that when I was playing 8 where I felt that level of emotion about any of those characters.
I think it's like a slow burn. I think for me,
Yeah.
you see, well, you think about the first scene in 8, him in the medical room talking to the nurse.
Yeah, the
To the
first scene
end.
of Squall is 4 text messages of him saying ... because he doesn't respond to anyone. What's your
And he
name?
actually- He talks by the end. He shows emotion. Like he
No.
starts-
I know he does have incredible arc. I'm not denying that. I'm just saying, like,
It's not one scene, defined scene. It's the
Yeah.
whole thing.
Yeah.
I thought like.
but
Yeah,
that's
you're-
but that's why I said for 8, it's about the characters. The world is irrelevant. Everything else in the world is irrelevant. It's about these 8 people that magically all grew up in an orphanage, but they can't remember each other because of the good friends that steal your
the
memories when you use
ridiculous-
them.
yeah, it's ridiculous.
And the woman running the orphanage just happens to be the, like, okay, listen. Take out that story, those characters, and just transpose that into any other RPG world. The game is exactly the same. It has the same bearings. It doesn't meet into any. Like, that's my biggest issue with 8 is the world. This is the first
it.
Final Fantasy
No, but-
world that's so
Yeah.
unimportant.
7 had Mako, had the eco-terrorism, you had the things that
You have
Well,
Cosmo
the part of the
Canyon, you got
Right,
Gold
yeah.
Saucer, you have all these incredible moments that build this story, right? And then it's just like, Juneau Harbor has incredible, like, no. And then in 8, what do I have? I have a city that freaking moves around, so I never get to get away with it.
I like the garden. Yeah.
I like the premise of the garden, except for the fact that you're stuck in it forever, and then you go to maybe 2 other gardens, and they're exactly the same. Like,
I don't know.
oh man.
I guess at the time in my life, I was excited about going to college and doing stuff like that. So that seemed really cool. That whole seed thing, the whole
Yeah, no.
wearing the uniform, being a part of something. I don't know.
I love that.
Around that age.
And it's also the first, we didn't mention it, it's the first Final Fantasy game where the characters change costumes. Like, consistently
Okay.
throughout the time,
Okay.
because they go from different uniforms, and then they go back to their normal things, then they have, like, they go to dresses. Final Fantasy VII kind of has a little bit of it, where you, like, get to put a costume on Cloud, but for the most part, everyone's pretty much dressed exactly the same. Like,
Yeah, you're right.
yeah.
They dress up as the Shinra soldiers. They dress you dress up as Cloud puts a dress on.
Right.
I
Yeah.
think that's it. Like those
Yeah.
two things,
I mean,
Sailor, you're saying.
yeah, oh, you do a sailor
Oh,
uniform,
the Taylor
right?
thing,
Yeah.
right.
But I mean, like, for the most part, there's just, it's the same sprite the entire time. In 8, they added costume designs. They did more with it, but then in, like, in 9, they're dressed pretty much exactly the same through the whole thing. In 10, I don't think they ever put on different clothes except for Yuna puts on a wedding dress.
Right, yeah.
And then in 12, I couldn't tell you they put on different clothes. I can't remember right now, but I think they literally wear the same clothes in every scene throughout the entirety of the. So it's like, that's something I would love to see again. Like, I'd love to see different costumes to make the world, and I think that's where the storytelling of, like, time segments. I think that's why for me 6 is so powerful. It's because you go through, like, 3 generations essentially, don't you?
Just 2.
Is it 2? Okay, yeah. So I mean, like, you go through a delineation of time, as to where in the other Final Fantasy games, it just takes place in a very segmented, like, essence of, like, I don't know how long we've been in this world. I don't know how long these battles are taking place. We're just going to throw a bunch of dates out to you, but it's going to be insequential. It's not going to matter. And then eventually we're just going to do a time warp to a different date, time that you're not going to.
Yeah. So, what do you have a surprise? Anything on my list surprise you or no?
For me, your list, the surprise for me,
All the ones I haven't played.
actually a little bit here. No, not really, because those are all the things.
All the
Yeah.
MMOs, really.
Yeah. No. I'm surprised you put one so high, and
Okay.
just because I know you didn't play it for like a really long time, and then honestly, I thought you liked 12 more, but
Like I said, it's a B plus. It's like
Yeah.
right there.
but yeah. Other than that, I no, your list
Two
is pretty.
not high? I thought.
No, I like 2.
Okay.
So the only reason for me 2 is here, right, is because oh wait, no, this one's Tim's. Okay, so I didn't close Tim's. Where did mine go? Maybe I closed mine out. I think I closed mine out. That's what happened. For me, I put 1, 2, and 3 together because for me, 1, 2, and 3, as good as they are, they each had pretty staggering issues, but the only reason they were so good is because at the time there's nothing else that was as good. For me, proof of concept is like 5 or 4. It's where you took all of the things that were great about each of these and then you just put them into one game and then made it really good. And then they just kind of went on their path, and then they learned everything they needed to, making 1, 2, 3, and essentially 5. And
yeah.
then
I mean, I did you play the Pixel remastered 1, 2, and 3?
I did not play the Pixel
Okay,
remaster.
those are really good. Well,
Are
I thought
they?
they really good.
Okay, yeah. See, and that's why I wanted it to be based off when you played the game, because I played one on NES. I beat one on NES, and the struggles I went through doing that were vast. Because losing a save, having the game crash or it was an ordeal. And then I didn't play some of these until later, but I didn't play 2 until they came out with the 1-2 combo pack thing.
Yeah.
So it's like I love 1. I'm glad 1 exists, which is why I had it on my list where I did above all the other garbage. That's why it's it's here, but it's not like. And part of me was thinking about accessibility. I kind of tried to rate them based off of if somebody came back to play them today, how they would feel about it. I don't think anyone's going to be accessible to 1 if they went and played the original. I think it's going to push too many people off.
Originally,
right?
Yeah.
Same with 2, right? But I think anyone can pick up 6. Anyone can pick up 4, 7, 9, 8, for the most part, and play those and experience an incredible story, and have no issues with it. 12 is a little bit harder because of the combat system, so I think that would push some people away. But I mean, like I kind of tried to radiate a little bit to that, which is like 11. No one's playing that. No one's picking that up that doesn't have prior knowledge of it, or like, having someone Sherpa them through it, which is a totally different,
It's really hard to do something when no one's done it before.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
So it's like.
And that's why 1 is vastly different from 2. 2 is vastly different from 3. 3 is vastly different from 4. 4 is vastly different than 5. Like each one, they were trying to find and then you got 6. 6 was just wow. What the hell just happened?
Like sometimes when not every game that you play has to be some 100-hour odyssey. Like 1 it was very enjoyable. It was very quick. It was.
Yeah.
Just
I wonder what the world record is to beat it now.
I don't know, but I know that like I said, there's speed runs, there's the races people do, there's the randomizers. There's a whole life to that game.
Yeah, and 6 is incredible. Watching people play 6 on randomizer it's beautiful. It's so
that
fun.
One too,
yeah. It's like it's perfectly crafted to be a good part of that.
Yeah, I mean, 1 would be it's an A because it's the first one. Otherwise, it's a B. Like it's like.
Yeah, I mean, so I just kept those together, for that reason. The only reason I had 10 on the A list is because it was the start of something new, right? And it created something But that's why I also had the worst list, right? So I had the ability to put 13, or I had the ability to put 15 super, super low. And then I did, another tier above where I did, my best. So I would put 7 there. And then honestly, 6, 9, and 12 for me are just, they're expertly crafted. And I think they are the peak of the game at the time. Okay, so 7 was a phenomenal release for PlayStation at that time. It sold the system. 6 was the height of what you could. I mean, it's SNES at its max. You cannot create a better looking game, a better playing game, have more things going on. Like, it is, it's maxed the system. 9 is sort of that for me. It's the last of PlayStation 1, right? Yeah, and so it just made everything at its peak, right? It did what it needed to do. And then it's the same for 12. 12 was the peak of PS2. You weren't going to get anything better than that. Like, it is what it is, right? And it's like, it's funny because like Naughty Dog has sort of taken over that role of making games that are pushing the technology of a system and like really pushing that, technological edge.
I love the Uncharted games.
Yeah, but I mean, Final Fantasy was that until those games existed. If you look at it technological wise, like 7 pushed the boundaries of what PlayStation could do. 9 pushed the boundaries of what the PS1 could do. 12 pushed the boundaries of what a PS2 can do. And then from that point forward, 10, when it came over to PS2, it started it started everything. It started a new way they captured motion within games that then trickled over to the movie industry and has now just become like, what movie doesn't have motion capture in it, right? Tim should know.
Remember how much we were laughing when we saw Donut Drake? I remember being at your house and we were watching that. That was an incredible moment for me.
Yeah, but I mean, so it's like, that's why I put those above other games. 1 didn't push any technological boundaries, but it saved the series to exist, so that's why it's the best one out of all of them. 2 just made 1 better.
2 you could say almost killed the series.
You think so?
Well, it could have been, right?
I don't know. I like 2. I don't know why everyone else doesn't.
I'm just saying, like, it is very different, and they could have just been like, all right, we're not going to make these games anymore. Like, it could have sold bad. It could have just been.
That's
like,
true.
It could have.
Yeah, it seems like it was well received in Japan. Must have been.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it's huge.
It must have been.
I mean, because if you think about it, they go 1, 3, 5, right? Or 1, 2, 5.
What do you mean?
For Japanese releases.
No, 1, 2, 3.
Is it 1, 2, 3 for them too? So it's 1, 2, 3, and then this becomes 4.
4 is R2.
Okay.
Yeah, it's R2.
Yeah. I mean, and then that's the other part of it, right? Is when I played this, I already had a huge love for Final Fantasy. When I played this, I already had a huge love for Final Fantasy, and then going from 1 to 4 was like going to the moon.
Oh, yeah.
Right? It was like,
literally, you go to the moon in that game.
Yeah, and you literally go to the moon in that game. But I mean, like that, like, that would be like giving someone an NES and then giving them, a PlayStation 5 and letting them play Last of Us, right? So play, Freddy Krueger or Jason on NES and then go play Last of Us and tell me which game looks better or is scarier, right? Like, it was that huge a leap to go from that to that. And not just for, graphically, the gameplay-wise. The gameplay in 4 is so fun, right? Like, it just felt clean. It felt thought out.
It's the first active time battle system.
Yeah, and again, yeah. I mean, so it's like...
One thing I'll add real quick. DS version of 4, what do you guys think on that? Because that one is... that one's interesting, right? That actually does switch up some stuff.
I don't know if I've played that one. What did it change up?
It you could the what's it called, the moves that the guest characters have, you can transfer them to the main characters.
Oh wow.
It had a way of doing that. I'm pretty sure the story is pretty much said the same way, but there was something where you can transfer skills that were normally part of guest
Oh,
characters.
it had the mentor.
Like,
It had the mentor system in it, right? Where
mentor
you could,
system, whatever
yeah,
you call
you
it,
could
yeah.
learn somebody else's ability. I mean,
Yeah.
all of that's just quality of life. I mean, you can't complain about that if you played one as the Pixel remaster, which is
I think it had like
Yeah,
two
it's-
extra mods or something like that, two
Yeah.
side mods or something like that.
you literally played the preeminent version of like quality of life perfected game, playing one not on NES. Let's just.
Yeah, I played the best version of one. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true.
But I mean, that's. I feel like we were all pretty much on the same page for most of it. It's just how it impacted us at different times in our life, and then the different things we weighted. Right. I weight
Yeah.
my overall knowledge of Square Enix and the fact that I know so much about the bullshit that's gone on at that company. I think it to some degree has tainted a little bit of my love for certain aspects of their games. But at the same token, as much as I know all of that, I don't let that affect the really bad portions of 12 after pretty much Sakaguchi had walked out. So it's like, I don't know. No one had anything out of this world crazy, in my opinion.
Well, yeah, they did. You would say Tim's list, right?
What if this right here is the most astonishing thing? Because these two get changed, right? So 14, A Realm Reborn, goes here.
Oh yeah, that was a mess
yeah.
up.
That but that was just a mess up, right? So I mean, honestly,
But 15 is an 8.
I mean, like he went all in on 11, on 9, or I mean on. Actually, this one might actually be the most. Because I honestly think I thought I ruined 9 for him forever, but for him to put it in, to him, this is just a testament to how good this game is. If he was able to put it in S tier after I deleted his save file with like 36 hours on it.
Yeah, jumped right back into it. Just
Yeah.
kept on going.
But I mean, yeah, I mean, and then again, how he played 15, drastically different than how you and me played it, right? He played essentially a different game. I mean, this is the best way to look at it. It would be the difference between, me playing 14 at launch. That's what 15 was. Like, these two games are exactly the same. They were unfinished products that got rushed out and potentially could have ruined the company. And then Tim played, A Realm Reborn, the Royal Edition, right? He played the Royal Edition, which is literally A Realm Reborn.
Yeah.
It's more content. It's more flushed out. It's, they fixed all the issues with it. They've essentially listened to people complain about it for 2 years and then fixed all the problems. Which, whenever you have that, obviously you're going to put out a better product at that point.
Yeah, none of us had 2 or 3 in S tier, or Lightning Returns in the A tier. Like,
Yeah, we pretty much
like,
all agreed on that.
and you both didn't like Stormblood, right? It was like,
Yeah.
Stormblood was just a cash in.
Yeah.
So A Realm Reborn did really good, and they were like, we're at this point, I think they were at like 8 million subscribers after A Realm Reborn came out, and they literally were like, a year after that, they were like, we needed an expansion, and then we got Stormblood. Like,
Or Heavensward.
oh no, we got Heavensward, yeah, that's right, and then we got, yeah.
Heavensward was good.
Heavensward was okay, but I think they were already developing that when they went into it, but.
actually, one other thing I'll add real quick. I thought After Years was garbage, but I guess you guys think I should play that? The 4 After Years? I thought that was like a cash-in thing, but that's actually pretty decent.
It's okay. I mean, it's honestly like 10-2, really. It's like but without the stupid stuff. It's like if you want to know more about the character's backstory or where they're or not backstory, I should say.
It doesn't feel like fan fiction. Is the best thing I could say about it.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
adds to 4's lore for like
Right.
all
Yeah,
the
if
characters
you
without destroying it.
Yeah. If
Okay.
you didn't get enough before, then After Years is
Yeah. I wouldn't. The only reason it was on here is because it was already on here. I wouldn't have added it, nor would I
Okay.
have added any of the extra 14. Um, just because, and honestly, I wouldn't have even added
Revenant Wings.
Revenant Wings as well, because they were just they're pure cash in. This one felt less like a cash in though than all the other ones because it actually felt like the story was good enough that it could have, if it had been a part of the game, would have just made it better.
Yeah. Plus, I mean, you get to see, you know, Lopez is good, so you get to see.
Yeah, you get a little bit more of that arc.
Relationship with Cecil's son.
So it's like for me, it was a nice nod to the game, without being insulting. As to where 10-2 is literally insulting from the opening scene.
Right. Yeah.
10-2 is literally like, I can't believe you bought this. You're such an idiot. Like.
Yeah. My only gripe with it is just the way they kind of like make it into episodes.
Yeah, because they sold it as 4 episodes, didn't they?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was released in like a episodic.
Oh, I
it
forgot
wasn't
about
all-
that.
It
Okay.
Yeah.
wasn't all released in a one package deal. So.
They-
Okay.
They tried to make it 5 like they're gonna do with the Final Fantasy.
Yeah. So it was kind of like an anime where it's like you play through like 15, 20 minutes and it was like, okay, tune in next time or next week for the next, you know, thing.
Mhm.
So, okay.
Yeah.
I just
Okay.
waited until it was all, you know, complete or like all completed and just play it and go. But it's still set up that way where it's like you play through an episode and you have to stop and go and start another.
Yeah, so when I played it, I didn't. I just waited till all 4 came out, and then they went on sale for like $10 for all of them, and I just bought it, played it then. So I got to experience that differently too. If I had done it episodically, I probably would have stopped after the first one and not bought it anymore.
They even re-released it as like a similar to the 4DS where it's all.
It has it
3D
all. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Did they ever do it? I wonder if they're ever going to do a release where it has both of them together, like as part of the own story.
Oh, look
I
at
don't know if
that,
they
maybe.
could.
But no, they re-released it in like a 4DS fashion, and there's voice acting and stuff.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right.
It was nice before it gets some love.
All right, so let's wrap this up. So that's, I mean, all the main games. Did you feel like there was any that we should have added? Because I feel like the only other one I potentially felt like should have been here maybe is Crisis Core, but Crisis Core is also kind of polarizing in a way where.
Yeah. 10-2 is on there. Crisis Core probably should have been on there. Yes.
Yeah.
But I wasn't gonna put Dirge on there because Dirge was.
No,
stupid.
not Dirge.
Yeah, and then any of the cell phone games or any of those extra things, and then
Chronicles.
yeah, none of those felt like they were important enough to be a part of it. And same with Zero. Because Zero, I still don't even know where that actually takes place in the storyline, if it does anywhere.
I guess that could have been on here. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. It's not necessary.
But honestly, anything that I basically thought that all of us were
Stranger
going to be.
in Paradise?
Oh, I forgot about Strangers in Paradise.
I didn't play that. But...
I don't know if I finished
yeah.
it. I think the only reason I have any knowledge of it is because I watched Tim play it.
Yeah. Chaos.
Yeah, anything I thought was just basically going to be here that wasn't a main game,
Yeah.
and I just didn't add. And then when I tried to add the 14, it literally added all of them, so I couldn't take them off. So I was like, okay, whatever. That's stupid. And then I thought about adding like the movies on there too, just for fun. But
Yeah, some of the movies are good. Having children.
so, does any of this make you scared for Final Fantasy Rebirth?
No, I think this is gonna. I think the rug pull happened with the first one. I think this will be a good game.
Okay.
Yeah. Especially with how they've marketed it.
Yeah.
They're building a lot of anticipation, so I think it's gonna.
I just thought it would be interesting to look at this series and how it kind of played out for everybody, and then looking at like what we know to be something that is potentially either going to be a massive win or like a catastrophic failure.
Yeah.
Because I don't think there could be anything in between the two. Like, if it's just mediocre, that's just as bad as being a catastrophic failure.
Yeah, it's gonna set the tone for the third one, because they've already kind of said, you know, it's gonna be a three-parter. So how they deliver on this one's gonna ultimately, you know,
Yeah.
reflect people's opinion on the third.
It'll, I think it's the same thing of 13-2, right? 13-2 had the ability to either set a new direction for the series, and they could have done whatever they wanted to. Instead, they just they pissed that opportunity away and just did whatever.
Not sure where their head was at with that.
I couldn't tell you. Extra assets left over or story they threw on the ground that they picked up before it got into the trash.
I mean, shit, Null, right? That's another
Yeah.
character people don't remember.
Yeah. No, good lord. Well, that's because we got him in 12 as well, right? We got Vaughn and Noel, the same exact character. And then we got Pinello and the other girl. I can't remember. So reused, they've used him in multiple games.
Vera?
Yeah, Vera. That's what it's.
I forget what her name is. She's the bunny lady.
Well,
No, he's
Fran
talking
is in
about-
12. No, I'm talking about
Yeah.
Pinello, the girl.
Oh, well, no, who's the one
Sarah?
with-
Are you connecting
Oh, Sarah, yeah.
Sarah
Sarah.
and Pinello?
Yeah,
And
there
then
you
Vaughn
go.
and Null?
Yeah, Vaughn and Noel, Sarah and Pinello. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Alright. So, we're all excited for a myriad of different reasons. And we all pretty much agree that this is one of the greatest series. I mean, through the ups and downs, we wouldn't be as passionate about how bad these games were if these ones weren't as good as they were.
It's incredibly difficult to keep something going from 1987.
Yeah. I mean, that's... God, they're going to be at 40 years. In 3 years. So what is their release for their... What is the 40-year mark? It's not bicentennial. I'm sure there's a term for it. I don't know what it is. That's crazy. And
Yeah.
to think that, we're so old now that we might be around while a company turns 50 years old with us.
Yeah. Exactly.
We'll be older than Square Enix when it turns 50.
Yeah. Shit, the time frame between 15 and 16 was what? 7 years?
Yeah, it was pretty 16
What does that
to...
Yeah, I think that'll be a theme going forward. I don't think we'll ever get releases as quick as we used to.
So 16 to 17 going to be another 7 years? So we talking 2030?
Yeah, I think so.
Maybe. Or they might just try and round it off. So the question becomes if they do another main release while they're still developing the 7 remake. Because I think it would be cool if for the 40th anniversary they release 17. So that would be in 3 years, but I don't know if that's a possibility. Because that would be a big mark, right? Or finishing Final Fantasy VII on the 17th. Or,
The 40th?
yeah, for the 40th anniversary.
Yeah, that's more likely, yeah.
Yeah. That would be super cool. To release that game the day, Square Enix either came into conception, the day that, Final Fantasy 1 released, something super, significant to mark 40 years would be incredible.
Because of a remake to Rebirth is what, 4 years?
Yeah.
2020, yeah, remake.
And actually, you know what? Before we leave, I'm going to add one thing. This will be the last thing. I know you said they pulled the rug out because they made it into 2 games. I'd like to add that if you go and you buy Rebirth, you can get Final Fantasy VII for free. They will give you the first game as part of that package. I thought that was actually kind of cool. They didn't try and just charge you an extra $20 or come out with a super edition of it. You can buy a dual pack that comes with Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade, which is the upgraded version of whatever
They feel
ended up
guilty because it was a rug pull. I get it.
Okay. Okay. It's true. They have other things they should feel guilty for.
Yeah.
This is just them filling that hole for you that they dug out underneath you. Okay. All right. I appreciate you guys taking the time. I hope this was fun for you. I hope everyone on this stream enjoyed it. We had 12 people in here at one point. No one was saying anything, but that was
Oh,
pretty
really?
cool.
I didn't notice. Yeah.
Yeah, we actually had a couple people in here for a little bit, so that was nice.
Nice.
But everyone say goodbye to YouTube.
Bye,
Bye,
YouTube.
All right, guys. Like, subscribe. We're going to do another video, break a little bit more into a different aspect of Final Fantasy. That'll be coming hopefully pretty soon. But thanks for watching. Most importantly, do something kind for somebody else. Deuces.